Chapter 2240. More than a day later, Seito adjusted his strength and suppressed the rejection reaction. Then he didn't stay in the hut for long. He directly appeared in front of the space-time chaotic area in the Himalayas, pointed his finger at the void, opened a portal, and flashed into the zero-dimensional space channel, moving along the dark path toward the Armani Hall. After a while, Seito entered the Armani Hall. "Lord!" Seeing Seito coming, the guard of the space-time gate immediately bowed his head and saluted. Seito nodded slightly as a greeting, and then walked straight to the periphery of the Akasha system's domain in the greeting of the guards, broke through the barrier, entered the domain of the Akasha system, and then walked along the path of fate towards the Akasha system. With the help of the authority granted by the Akasha system, it didn't take long for Seito to come to the front of the Akasha system, which looked like a big white ball of light, then closed his eyes and connected to the Akasha system with his mind. "I'm here to pay my dues," Seito said self-deprecatingly. Immediately, Seito mobilized the huge world force he obtained in the Marvel world this time and instilled it into the Akasha system through an inexplicable way. In an instant, the Akasha system lit up, and its surface flashed with a colorful luster. Seito, who had long been accustomed to this, ignored the changes in the Akasha system. He focused his mind and began to accept the knowledge feedback from the Akasha system, learning to understand the rules of the operation of the universe to increase his own understanding of Tao. Unconsciously, Seito was immersed in the understanding of Tao. However, he was fine here, but the outside Earth had undergone drastic changes because of his behavior. First of all, at the moment when the Akasha system received the world force, the entire Earth's space shook. A large amount of void energy surged up like a storm, creating a terrifying natural hurricane in the whole world. The whole world was caught in a hurricane. A large number of trees were blown down, flowers and grass were blown away, and houses and buildings collapsed. The crowd dodged in all directions, looking for a safe place. The sea was blown up by the hurricane, forming monstrous waves that slammed against the surface of the sea again and again, creating an even more terrifying tsunami that swept towards the surrounding cities near the sea. But the most terrifying thing was the earthquake that was gradually produced by the vitality storm, although it was not particularly strong. However, the average level of the earthquake was at the 5th or 6th level. The earthquake caused the land to crack, the houses to collapse, and the people on Earth to panic even more. Then, more ownerless continents and half-planes with resources broke through space and emerged from the void. They fell to the ground and merged with the Earth. Like building blocks, they pushed the Earth to a larger size. The animals began to change. One by one, their bodies swelled up as if they were on steroid. It bared its fangs, and its hair was thick and long. It looked like a giant beast that was about to revert back to its ancestral state. Of course, similar changes occurred to humans as well. Many people's bodies began to change under the vibrations of the vital chi. Some of them emitted light, becoming like people of light. Some of them grew long hair, becoming like wild beasts. Some of them swelled up, becoming giants. Some of them bulged with muscles, becoming like well-trained muscle warriors, and so on. It was as if humans were also searching for their own genetic memories and turning back to the appearance of ancient races. And all of this was only for ordinary people and ordinary creatures. For the immortals, Buddhas, demons, and gods who had already descended, they felt that the space around the Earth had become more active and resilient. It was more difficult to destroy than before, and it could withstand more power. The vitality of heaven and earth had become abnormally abundant, almost approaching the level of the Earth immortal world where they had previously stayed. The rules of heaven and earth were more obvious, making it easier for people to capture, observe, and comprehend. In addition to these, ripples that were difficult for ordinary gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons to observe spread out from the void, flying out of the earth and into the universe. It was like some kind of announcement signal that was transmitted to a distant place. Similarly, many ripples rushed into the dimensional sea that existed around the Earth and quickly spread out. They passed through one world after another, shaking the world barriers of these worlds and stirring up new ripples. In just a moment, a dimensional earthquake that affected the entire dimensional sea erupted. Under the chain reaction of various ripples, it violently impacted every world in the dimensional sea. Then, the world barriers of some unlucky small worlds shattered, causing those small worlds to perish. Some of the world barriers of the central worlds were damaged, causing disasters to occur within these worlds. It could be said that only the world barriers of those large worlds that had reached a high level of power could remain stable in this strong dimensional earthquake, ensuring that the entire world would not undergo drastic changes. Then, more wonderful changes began to occur in the dimensional sea. The remains of those broken small and medium-sized worlds began to fly into the surrounding worlds that were still intact, merging with them, helping them grow, and pushing these worlds to begin to transform into a wonderful state. If Ito were inside, he would find that the changes that were happening to these fragmented worlds that had swallowed other worlds were exactly the same as the dimensional ascension of the main world Earth. In other words, they were breaking away from their original state and evolving to a higher level and more realistic world. At the same time, outside the entire solar system, an invisible barrier that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at the outermost edge of the solar system, forming a magical partition. It separated the solar system from the entire Milky Way and gradually hid itself. In the end, it became like a mirage, an illusory existence in the Milky Way. Inside the separated solar system, the space of the entire solar system also began to undergo wonderful changes, becoming blurry and uncertain, making it difficult for ordinary space exploration systems to detect the space inside the solar system. What did you say? The coordinates of Earth that were previously written are useless? At this time, on a large warship belonging to the Orion Empire, a general of the Orion Empire roared loudly with smoke all over his body. Yes, General, the space coordinates of Earth are useless. They may have completed the dimensional ascension. A soldier of the Orion Empire reported. Impossible. The intelligence department has already investigated. It will take 3 to 5 years for Earth to complete the dimensional ascension. What's more, our Vanguard team has buried interference equipment in the solar system's sun. Earth will never be able to enter our 4-dimensional space without more than 10 years. Go and check it again. If it's a misreport caused by your loss, you will be punished according to military law. The general said loudly. Yes. The soldier responded and quickly returned to the control panel to operate it again. It was not until a moment later that he reported to the general with mixed emotions. General, I am sure that the space coordinates of Earth have been destroyed. We can no longer use the dimensional projector to project the superstring energy bomb into the space where Earth is. You are sure? The general said in disbelief. I am sure, General, the soldier said firmly. Send a message to the Imperial Army and report the situation of Earth. The general thought for a moment and ordered. Yes, General. The soldier accepted the order and returned to the control panel. How is that possible? Could it be that other civilizations had helped them? Who is it? The general was full of doubts. The same doubts as the general of the Orion Empire also appeared in the hearts of the observers of the Milky Way Federation. They were completely unable to understand how Earth suddenly disappeared from under their noses. Could it be that the ancient gods on Earth have awakened? A member of the Milky Way Federation speculated. Impossible, we have not detected any signs of the arrival of a powerful consciousness. Another representative of the Federation of Intelligence denied loudly. Then what do you think is going on? Another representative immediately asked. What is the possibility of other civilizations helping? Others speculated. Unless it's a civilization above the 8th dimension, it will never escape our surveillance. What followed was a long silence. Well, regarding the matter of Earth, we just need to keep a close eye on it. We don't need to intervene there. The Orion Empire will figure out what happened on Earth for us. Finally, the representative of the Federation, who seemed to be the leader of the Federation, said softly, "Yes, General." The other representatives responded. After an unknown amount of time, Sei-Ito slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a more powerful, deep and powerful aura erupted from his body. It seemed to be able to change the heavens and earth and control the changes in space and time of the universe. With the accumulation of the help of the Marvel world to help the goddesses become gods, and with the assistance of the feedback information from the Akasha system, Sei-Ito finally broke through a small realm after the Marvel world and officially stepped into the realm of Tai. His mastery of the rules of time and space reached 10%, and he became a god-level master comparable to the great divine power god. Then Sei-Ito restrained his aura and returned to the initial state of an ordinary person. He closed his eyes again, contacted the Akasha system, and asked about the changes this time. Although only the initial level of dimensional protection has been activated, it's enough. The next step is to slowly improve and take revenge on the Orion Empire. After a while, Sei-Ito opened his eyes again and exhaled with joy. It turned out that the energy barrier that suddenly thickened outside the solar system was none other than the first dimensional protection barrier activated by the Akasha system to protect the solar system. Chapter 2241. P.S. Thank you to Wangit and Zhang Xiaozhong for their precious monthly votes. The so-called dimensional protective barrier generally had 5 layers, with every 5 million kilometers as a grid. According to the current density of the galaxy, the highest upper limit could range from 8 to 13 dimensions, and with Earth's current level of advancement to the 4th dimension, the first layer of the dimensional protective barrier could protect Earth from the detection of civilizations below the 6th dimension. This was also the main reason why many civilizations in the Orion Empire and the Milky Way Federation suddenly lost the ability to monitor Earth. After all, the civilization level of the Pan-Milky Way Federation and the Orion Empire was there. Although they each had a seat as a participant of the 7th Dimensional Parliament, it did not mean that they really had the strength of a 7th dimensional civilization. It was completely a special seat specially given by the Grand Universe Parliament so that they could pass down orders when necessary. Otherwise, with the pride of high-dimensional life forms, they would not look at low-level civilizations like them. After settling the safety of Earth, Sei-Ito, who was greatly relieved, did not stay in the Akashic system any longer. He disconnected the connection, withdrew his thoughts, and turned to leave the Akashic system. He passed through the hall, walked through the zero-dimensional space, and returned to Earth space. However, as soon as he came out, Sei-Ito clearly felt the changes of Earth. The most obvious was the surge in the amount of heaven and Earth's vitality. It had increased by more than 10 times compared to the degree he could feel before, and it seemed to be increasing non-stop. The space wall had become tough and elastic. Although he did not personally try to use his power, according to preliminary estimates, the power of a true immortal could no longer be broken. For a golden immortal, a beginner could completely withstand it. Middle-stage golden immortals were weaker, and late-stage golden immortals were more dangerous. However, compared to the time when a peak true immortal could shake space and shatter it, it was a whole level higher. After that, the dimension of space had a great leap forward compared to before. Although it had not really reached the level of the 4th dimension, it was not far from that level. According to Sei-Ito's estimation, at most, it would take another 6 to 8 months for the entire space around Earth to complete the leap and officially jump into the 4-dimensional universe, entering the level of a 2nd-dimensional civilization. Perceiving this, Sei-Ito smiled gently. He activated teleportation and returned to a small wooden house on a beautiful mountain near Huadu. Who is it? How dare you barge into this monarch's abode? But before he could admire his own house, an angry and murderous roar rang in his ears. Seito frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far in front of him, there was a middle-aged man wearing a white ancient seamless heavenly robe. He was tall and handsome, with long black hair and a jade crown on his head. He was standing in front of the carved wooden chair he had made, and his face was full of anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at him. "And who are you?" Seito, who was originally in a good mood because he had solved Earth's problem, stared at the other party and said coldly, "I am Fu Yaozi. Who are you? How dare you barge into my residence?" Fu Yaozi narrowed his eyes and shouted again, "Your mansion? What a joke! I built this house with my own hands. When did it become your residence? Moreover, even if it really is your residence, why didn't the protective formation outside stop me from entering? Don't tell me you neglected to activate the formation's defense when you built the mansion." Seito seemed to have heard a funny joke. He looked at Fu Yaozi mockingly and said. As soon as he said that, Fu Yaozi's monstrous aura immediately paused, and he suddenly lowered a little. It was obvious that he had hit his sore spot. "You're lucky today. I'm in a good mood and don't want to kill, so I'll let you go. Get out of here quickly, or else I won't be polite to you." Seito, who sensed the change in Fu Yaozi's aura, snorted coldly and stepped aside as if he was sending a guest off. "So what if it's yours? This monarch is definitely going to occupy this house. Seeing that you're the one who built the house, I can show you mercy and forgive your crime of trespassing this time. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You can stay by my side as a servant and work to pay for your crimes." Fu Yaozi narrowed his eyes and sized up Seito for a while, but he still couldn't sense the aura of an expert from him. He was shocked and said proudly. Seito looked at Fu Yaozi as if he was looking at an idiot, shook his head slightly, and sighed, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, he pointed at Fu Yaozi. There wasn't any sound or power, but Fu Yaozi's body immediately stiffened. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief as he looked at Seito, who seemed to have done something insignificant. How is this possible? He, Fu Yaozi, was a golden immortal. Even in the Earth immortal world where immortals were everywhere, true immortals were as common as dogs, and golden immortals could be seen every few hundred years. He was still considered one of the top figures. How could he be pointed at by a lower realm cultivator? Could it be that the other party's cultivation was higher than his? But how was this possible? Earthstar's great limit hadn't reached the level where it could accommodate Grand Unity immortals. "You!" Fu Yaozi's expression kept changing as he cried out in shock. "Tell me your background and why you're here. Don't hide anything, or else I'll make you beg for death," Seito said coldly as he looked at Fu Yaozi. He looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. Fu Yaozi, who was extremely familiar with this gaze, felt a chill in his heart. He lowered his head and began to explain his background. Through Fu Yaozi's explanation, Seito also understood why he was here. Fu Yaozi was one of the elders of the Shunshao sect in the Upper Realm, which was also the Earth Immortal world. He was a registered itinerant immortal in the Heavenly Court, so he didn't hold an official position in the Heavenly Court. Instead, he stayed in the Shunshao sect's small grotto heaven world in the Earth Immortal world to suppress the sect's orthodoxy, so that the sect's fate wouldn't be lost. Originally, everything was fine. However, more than 3 months ago, there was a sudden change in the heavenly stars. A deserted planet that was almost forgotten by people, the Earth star, suddenly erupted with a dazzling starlight comparable to the purple star Doyao, causing the entire Earth Immortal realm to shake. A large number of sects sent people to Earth to investigate, and as expected, they discovered the changes in Earth's environment. After receiving the report from the disciples, the various sects immediately attached great importance to it. They then sent out a second batch, and even a third batch of explorers to investigate Earthstar's situation, to discuss their strategy against Earth. Among them were members of the Shunshao sect. In addition, the current sect leader of the Shunshao sect was one of the few sect leaders in the history of the Shunshao sect. Therefore, after a preliminary understanding of Earth's situation, they immediately decided to send their disciples and elders to Earth to preach, to seize the opportunity. Moreover, in order to make this operation safer and more effective, the sect leader of the Shunshao sect specially entered the Grotto Heaven world and invited one of the two elders who suppressed the sect, Fu Yaozi, to personally lead a team to Earthstar. The result was needless to say. Under the personal suppression of the dignified golden immortal Fu Yaozi, the Shunshao sect immediately found the original Shunshao sect on Earth through the disciples who had scouted ahead of time and joined forces with them. They re-established their sect in the Zhe provinces, and after a month of careful management, they completely stabilized their foothold in the Zhe provinces, becoming one of the top forces in the area. After that, Fu Yaozi, who had nothing to do, left the sect and wandered around Huaxiao on Earth, hoping to find some rare opportunities. However, he did not find any opportunities. Instead, he found the small wooden house that Sei Ito had left behind on the mountain. Fu Yaozi, who mistakenly thought that this place was left behind by a golden immortal, was abnormally excited. He immediately set out to break the protective formation that Sei Ito had left behind. Needless to say, after spending close to a month pondering, he really did find it. Although it could be said that Ito Sei didn't put in much effort and set up a very low-level array, it was still broken. That was why he had taken over the dove's nest and mistakenly regarded himself as the master. Are you saying that the changes on Earth have caused a huge commotion in the Earth Immortal realm? Sei Ito asked in surprise. Yes, Fu Yaozi nodded and confirmed. In the past, no matter what planet it was, it would be impossible for it to escape. As long as they entered the Age of Chaos, they would never recover. Earth could be said to be the first case in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the people in the Earth Immortal realm generally believed that some kind of treasure had appeared on Earth, causing the current changes. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a strange thing to happen. This matter had even alarmed some ancient immortals of the primordial unity and zenith heaven realm who had been living in seclusion. If it were not for the fact that Earth's heaven and earth restriction only allowed people of the golden immortal realm to enter, they would have been shocked. I reckon that the Earth has long become their sis. Speaking up to this point, Fu Yaozi looked at Sei Ito with a strange expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully, then looked up at Fu Yaozi and said, "Do you want to live or die? What are your conditions?" Fu Yaozi, who knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, had a change in expression. His eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice, "Swear on your Tao heart that you will not tell anyone else about my existence in any way. Also, after today, you are not allowed to make things difficult for me in any way." "Then, I will let you go," Sei Ito said calmly. "It's that simple?" Fu Yaozi asked in disbelief. Other than swearing on his Tao heart, the other two conditions were not a problem for him at all. He did not intend to do the latter in the first place. After all, although Sei Ito did not display his true strength, Fu Yaozi would be the first to believe that he was not a primordial unity expert with the ability to seal a golden immortal with a casual finger. Therefore, unless he was stupid, he would never use the power of a sect to deal with a primordial unity expert. If they really fought, he might not even be able to withstand a slap from the other party. As for the former, there were only a few people on Earth who could speak to him, and most of them were his competitors. Fu Yaozi was not stupid enough to give away such precious information to others for free. Therefore, even if Sei Ito did not say it, he would not casually tell others about his existence. Therefore, to him, this condition did not make a difference. It would only block the opportunity for him to use this secret to exchange for favors in the future. Then what do you want? Do you want to stay here as a servant for 20 years to atone for your crimes, or do you want to pay a huge price and give me a few treasures from your Shinshao sect? Seito asked with a faint smile. Fu Yaozi's expression froze when he heard this. He was so embarrassed that he could not say anything. However, since you think it's simple, you won't be at ease if I don't add something. How about this? Other than swearing on your Tao heart, prepare a list of information about the forces in the Earth Immortal Realm. Write down all the names and titles so that I know. Then, give me a few bottles of treasured pills that you did not send, a few volumes of Tao books, and some rare treasures. Then, we'll call it quits, Seito continued without waiting for Fu Yaozi to speak. Fu Yaozi's expression froze. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he ask that question? Remember, don't try to fool me with some trash. Otherwise, I don't mind personally visiting your Shinshao sect in Hangzhou to take some things that I like. Yes, Fu Yaozi replied helplessly. Swear it, Seito said indifferently. Fu Yaozi sighed and solemnly swore a Tao heart oath. I, Fu Yaozi, swear on my Tao heart that I will not in any way. Fu Yaozi then realized that he did not know Seito's Tao name and turned to look at him awkwardly. Chen Shiqing, Seito said indifferently. I will not in any way tell fellow Taoist Chen Shiqing's existence to anyone other than myself and fellow Taoist Chen. I also promise that after today, I will not make things difficult for fellow Taoist Chen in any way. If I violate this oath, I will suffer the calamity of a heart demon devouring my soul, Fu Yaozi said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable force suddenly spread out from Fu Yaozi's body. It interacted with the surrounding space and quickly melted into the air. Seito knew that this was a response from the heavenly Tao. This meant that Fu Yaozi's oath had been recorded by the heavenly Tao. As long as he violated it, even if he became a saint, he would still suffer. Seito nodded and pointed at Fu Yaozi again. Then, Fu Yaozi felt his body relax and regained control of his body. Thank you, fellow Taoist. 3 days later, I will personally send an apology gift to you. Fu Yaozi bowed to Seito and said seriously. All right, Seito said indifferently. I'll take my leave. Fu Yaozi knew that Seito had no intention of keeping him, so he was tactful. After bidding farewell, he transformed into a golden light and instantly flew out of the array like a shooting star, disappearing into the distant sky. After Fu Yaozi left, Seito walked out of the small wooden house again. With a spread of his divine perception, he changed the entire protective mountain array. He did not have the habit of leaving a back door for others. In order to prevent similar situations from happening in the future, Seito used all of his brain power and set up the best protective mountain array he could set up with his current realm. Chapter 2242. P.S. Thank you to Crimson Moon Lily for your precious monthly vote. The moment the formation was completed, the clouds above the entire mountain peak surged violently. A large amount of heaven and earth essence chi gathered towards the mountain peak in a form visible to the naked eye, forming a thick fog that enveloped the entire mountain peak. It was like a spirit mountain in the immortal world, faintly discernible. This movement naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, after Itose snorted coldly and shattered all the divine senses that swept over, the divine senses masters who knew that the owner of this place was not to be trifled with immediately retracted their divine senses and became well-behaved. In their hearts, they marked the mountain where Itose lived as a dangerous place. Then, Seito moved and flew back into the sky. He used his spirit eyes to observe the changes in the clouds between heaven and earth, using them to understand the current situation of the forces in China. However, what he saw really gave Seito a fright. As far as the eye could see, dozens of dense clouds surged, condensing into the shape of dragons and tigers. They stood high in the sky, inhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. At the same time, they announced to the surrounding forces that their sect was powerful and had a deep foundation. Countless small pillars of clouds of different colors filled the surroundings. Intimidated by the dozens of large clusters of providence, they barely managed to keep their clouds from dispersing and hovered in the air. Of course, if that was all, it would not be enough to give Seito, who was used to seeing big scenes, a fright. After all, no matter how many pillars of providence there were, no matter how clear they were, no matter how thick the pillars of providence were, they could not compare to the starry sky and the boundless stars in the universe. Therefore, what really gave Seito a fright was something else that existed above these pillars of providence. It was a faintly discernible gate with carved beams and pillars on its surface. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see a white jade gate guarded by countless golden-armored soldiers. Judging from the style and position of the gate, it was exactly the same as the southern heavenly gate mentioned in the records. This gave Seito reason to believe that it was the southern heavenly gate that led to the heavenly court. The southern heavenly gate has also appeared? It seems that the earth has really entered the realm. Itose sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he looked around and looked at several other places. Then, several similar gates came into Seito's sight. The Eastern Heavenly Gate, Western Heavenly Gate, Northern Heavenly Gate, Southern Heavenly Gate, and the one on Mount Tai. It should be the gate to enter the Earth Immortal Realm. Good fellow. Now it's all here. Seito's face helplessly. To be honest, he really didn't want the Earth to merge with the Earthly Immortal Realm so quickly. Although this would give the Earth more protection, it would also bring more trouble. After all, there were too many forces in the Earthly Immortal Realm. A little carelessness might cause some big trouble. Itose, who had solved the problem of the Earth with great difficulty, really didn't want to suffer anymore. But it was clear that this matter wasn't going according to his wishes. Earth used to be a part of Earth. After Earth was upgraded to a sufficient level, the Earth Immortal Realm had to be merged with Earth. It was necessary for the Earth Immortal Realm to reintegrate with the Earth. In fact, it was not only the Earth Immortal Realm, but also the Heaven Realm and the Immortal Realm in the future. This was an inevitable trend. It was not something that he, a guy who had been recognized by the Akasha system, could change. Forget it. It's useless to think about this. I'd better do my own thing. Seito shook his head slightly. He sighed softly. Then, his figure flashed and he returned to his small wooden house. After completely changing the things in the wooden house, he rested on the bed in the wooden house. He enjoyed a good sleep. 3 days later. Fellow cultivator, Fu Yaozi of the Shunshao sect requests an audience. That morning, just as Seito was leisurely basking in the sun, a voice that was gathered into a thread suddenly exploded above the mountain peak. Like rolling thunder, it reverberated in a very small area. Seito, who heard the greeting, smiled gently. He turned his hand and a piece of white paper the size of a palm appeared in his hand. He threw it into the air, and the piece of white paper expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of an ordinary person. Then, it suddenly turned into a woman in a white robe and floated back to the ground. Go and pick up the person at the foot of the mountain. Itose stretched out his hand and pointed at the white paper girl. He transmitted a message to the paper girl's mind and said softly, "Yes." The paper girl responded. Then, she turned around and flew down the mountain like a ghost. Then, after about 10 minutes, she appeared in front of Seito with Fu Yaozi, who was still wearing a white robe. Fu Yaozi greets fellow cultivator. Fu Yaozi bowed to Seito and said with a serious face, "Fellow cultivator is too polite." Seito did not move from his chair and nodded slightly. In terms of attitude, he was very arrogant. He did not put Fu Yaozi on the same level as him at all. However, the latter was not surprised. He took out a small bag from his arms, as if it was a matter of course. He leaned forward slightly and handed it to Sei Ito with both hands. "This is my apology for my previous rudeness. I hope you will accept it," Fu Yaozi said. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and took the small bag that looked like a storage bag into his hand. He opened the bag and used his divine sense to explore it. Then, several white jade porcelain bottles, several jade boxes, a few books made of unknown materials, and a few fruits and wines filled with spiritual qi were reflected in his mind through his divine sense. "Let me introduce you." Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out a porcelain bottle. "This is our Shunshao Sect's unique Azure Sky Jade Thunder Pellet. It's refined using the heavenly cloud qi, the violet thunder flower unique to the earth immortal realm's Nanluo Mountain, the bones of the azure bone bird, and many other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If a heavenly immortal cultivator consumes it, it can cleanse the marrow and refine the immortal bones. If a true immortal consumes it, it can refine the 5 internal organs and give birth to the 5 qi. If a golden immortal consumes it, it can comprehend the profundity of the lightning art and feel the clarity of heaven and earth. It can also increase the purity of magic power by 60 years. Fu Yaozi said proudly. Moreover, he did have the qualifications to be proud. After all, the Azure Jade Thunder Pill had 3 functions. No matter which one it was a good item for immortals of that realm. Especially the last function that allowed one to comprehend the profundity of the lightning art and feel the clarity of heaven and earth. It was a good treasure that could allow golden immortals to improve their cultivation and even have a chance to break through to the next realm. Countless cultivators in the earth immortal world wanted one but could not get it. It was a pity that Fu Yaozi's act could be said to be deliberate. It was useless in front of Sei Ito because Sei Ito did not know the value of the Azure Jade Thunder Pill. Naturally, he did not understand how much Fu Yaozi had invested in this apology gift. It was like a blind man lighting a lamp in vain. No, it could not be considered complete. At the very least, Sei Ito still understood that this was a good item that could be given to those martial Dao cultivators who did not receive any benefits from the Marvel world. Sei Ito played with the small porcelain bottle in his hand and asked, "Can people below the heavenly immortal realm consume this?" "Yes. But at the very least, it can only be consumed by cultivators above the nascent soul realm. Moreover, when consuming it, there needs to be many people to protect it. Otherwise, the lightning art that explodes in the pill could very well endanger the user's life," Fu Yaozi said seriously. Sei Ito weighed the storage bag in his hand and asked, "Are all of these treasured pills in the storage bag?" 3 of the bottles contain the Azure Jade Thunder Pill. The other 6 bottles contain the Divine Night Spirit Treasure Pill. Its function is similar to the Azure Jade Thunder Pill. It also has the ability to cleanse the body and allow one to comprehend the mysteries of the lightning art. However, it's only useful for people below the heavenly immortal realm. Fu Yaozi explained. Ito-sei nodded and put away the storage bag with a non-committal look. "I'll accept this and let bygones be bygones. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite." Ito-sei's eyes widened as he released the aura of a grand unity immortal to envelop Fu Yaozi. Yes, there definitely won't be a next time. Under the intimidation of Sei Ito's aura, Fu Yaozi's body went weak and almost fell to the ground. His face was slightly pale as he repeatedly promised. "See the guest out." Sei Ito narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fu Yaozi. He retracted his aura and closed his eyes as he spoke to the paper girl standing by the side. "Taoist master, please," the paper girl said. "I'll take my leave." Fu Yaozi, who was greatly relieved, cupped his hands and left the mountain with the paper girl. Sensing Fu Yaozi's departure, the corner of Sei Ito's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself happily, "With these pills, Liang Qiong, Tao Wu, and Qing should be able to become immortals." Thinking of this, Ito did not hesitate and immediately entered the Rubik's Cube world and began to upgrade the few people in the wuxia and immortal cultivation department. It was not until a few days later that he returned to the space of the main world, Earth. It's time to take revenge on the Hunter Empire, Ito thought to himself as he stood on the mountain peak and looked up at the sky. With that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the air. In the next moment, Ito's figure appeared in the outer space outside Earth. Then, his figure flashed again, turned into a stream of light, and shot toward the sun. After instilling the world's power, the Akashic system deliberately informed Ito of the situation inside the sun. It let Ito know for the first time that the Hunter Empire had left a backup plan in the sun. If it was not removed quickly, not only would it interfere with Earth's dimensional ascension, it would also form a signal source that would allow the Hunter Empire to trace the spatial location of the solar system again. Not to mention, that thing was still constantly affecting the sun's operation, causing it to emit some kind of harmful wave that would attack the humans on Earth. Therefore, before he prepared to go to the Orion Nebula to attack the Orion Nebula, Ito must remove the nail in the sun. With Ito's near lightspeed movement, it did not take long for Ito to arrive in front of the sun. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the sun. Nothing unusual happened, but a rapidly sinking depression appeared on the surface of the sun. Seeing the depression appear, Ito did not hesitate and flew over in a flash. Chapter 2243. In front of Ito's eyes was a crimson ocean. The blazing high temperature kept burning Ito's body, making it scalding hot. However, that was all. Whether it was his soft black hair or his skin, there were no signs of being burned. They still maintained their original appearance. Fortunately, I have the authority of the sun and can use the sun's divine power to corrode the sun in reverse. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sure that I could fly here. Feeling the terrifying high temperature around him that was as high as tens of thousands of degrees and still getting stronger and stronger, Ito's heart was filled with joy. Although he had been eroded by the power of the world many times, causing his body to transform the strength of the world itself, he still had not reached the level of indestructibility of the world that could accommodate everything. Therefore, his body still had an upper limit, but this upper limit was very high. As for how much, Ito had not tested it in an extreme environment, so he was not too sure. Therefore, he still had lingering fears about the high temperature of 15 million degrees and the pressure of 250 billion atmospheres at the core of the sun. He was afraid that he could not bear it and would be directly turned into ashes by the sun. Fortunately, this level of high temperature was not something that could be resisted by the materials made by ordinary dimensional civilizations. Although they destroyed the sun one by one, that was purely in terms of destruction. If they were ruthless, Ito could do it. After all, it was not like Ito did not have any black hole weapons in his hand. Therefore, the nail, buried in the sun by Orion Empire, would not go too deep. At most, it would be near the middle range of the sun's radiation layer, which was the area where the temperature was as high as hundreds of thousands to millions of degrees. However, it was still enough to make Ito's heart palpitate. Then, Ito put these trivial thoughts aside and spread out his divine thoughts. He began to search the sun attentively. This search took more than a month, and Ito finally found the nail left in the sun by Orion Empire and sealed it. He threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Ito didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly turned around and flew out of the sun. He had had enough of flying around in the sun, not to mention the terrifying high temperature that gradually became unbearable to him, and in the end, he had to use the sun realm to resist it. The various dangers created by the nuclear reactions that were carried out all the time in the sun made Ito very overwhelmed. If it weren't for the fact that he had enough means and strength, he would have been blown away by a sunspot explosion long ago, not to mention the boredom caused by the loneliness brought by the long-term search and the redness in his eyes. Seito had nowhere to vent his anger. In the end, he could only blame all of them on Orion Empire. He was ready to give Orion Empire a big blow in his revenge. About an hour later, Seito finally flew out of the sun and appeared in space. Phew, I'm finally out. Looking at the dark starry sky of the universe in front of him, Seito suddenly felt that this starry sky was so beautiful even though there was nothing in it. He let out a big sigh of relief and relaxed. Then, in a flash, he returned to the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the world of the Dark Bible. He summoned Reika Kitami, Takashiro Hiroko, Jebarika, Water Rogue Yuchi, and other female characters from the original Dark Bible to his side. He used instant transmission to take off everyone's clothes, including his own, and started a shameless naked party. Passionate, mellow, and full of temptation, decadent sounds immediately sounded in the spacious villa. Until a few days later, Seito reappeared in the universe of the main world. It's just that at this time, his expression became calm again, and he no longer had the internal volcano that could erupt at any time. Then, Seito's mind moved again. He summoned a small aircraft that was a combination of Marvel World's carry technology, Magical Girl Naya World's magical technology, and some other marginal technologies to his side. He then entered the aircraft's cockpit, started the aircraft, and quickly flew toward Mercury. Seito remembered. The last time Orion Empire's troops came, one of them opened a space portal on Mercury. After flying in normal space for about half a day, the aircraft flew into Mercury's orbit. At this time, Seito reached out and activated the space jump point detection device. As he piloted the aircraft around Mercury, he began to explore Mercury and the space around it. It didn't take long for a space jump point to be found by the detector. Seito was no stranger to that location. It was the location where Orion Empire opened a space portal previously. Obviously, even with Orion Empire's technology, they didn't dare to open a space portal anywhere. They also needed to rely on a natural spacetime intersection point. After determining the location of the space jump, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately pressed another button on the console in front of him. Then, the rectangular muzzle protruding from the front of the aircraft lit up, and a pale blue energy laser shot forward. The laser cut through space and instantly fell on the point of spacetime intersection. In an instant, the space shook, and faintly visible ripples quickly spread out. Then, a black vortex hole like stirred coffee appeared out of thin air, producing a powerful suction force that sucked all kinds of meteorites floating around into the vortex. Knowing that this whole vortex won't last long, Seito didn't hesitate. After controlling the aircraft to shoot a space locator in the opposite direction, he immediately drove the aircraft into the newly opened wormhole and disappeared from the solar system in an instant. At the next moment, the wormhole seemed to know that it had completed its mission. It shrank inwards abruptly and quickly collapsed into a small pitch-black dot. Then, it instantly disappeared like a burst bubble. In another universe far away, with a flash of blue light, Seito's small aircraft appeared in this strange universe. I hope this star map in the hands of the carry people can be used. Seito pulled up the Milky Way universe navigation route map obtained from the carry people and set the spacecraft to autopilot. Then, he restarted the spacecraft, let it enter the subspace, and flew straight towards the nearest planet marked on the star map. As for Seito himself, he sat in the pilot's seat and closed his eyes to rest. While familiarizing himself with the power of the Tai realm, he silently adjusted his state, keeping himself at the peak at all times to deal with unexpected situations that might happen at any time. Chapter 2244. P.S. Thank you to Red Knight for your precious monthly vote. The Orion Empire is located in a cosmic region called the Orion constellation. There are two major nebulas, the Orion Nebula and the Horsehead Nebula, containing dozens of stars. It is the cosmic nebula region closest to Earth in the Milky Way galaxy, only 1,500 light-years away from Earth. Its brightness is quite high, second only to the Collina Nebula. It can be observed with the naked eye in a dark area. Among the dozens of stars in the Orion constellation, for are hot stars similar to the Sun, 7 are bright planets, and the rest are low-brightness planets and ordinary gravel dust. According to some rumors on Earth, the main star of the Orion Empire was located on Rigel 7, one of the 7 bright planets. Although it had never been confirmed by anyone, it could be regarded as a direction for Ito Sei. He would not have to fly around the universe like a blind man. Otherwise, it would take him 3, 5, 8, or even 9 years to find the main star. Of course, before that, Sei Ito's first priority was to determine his position and relock the course. The spacecraft flew for more than a day under autopilot before it once again jumped out of the subspace. A beeping sound came from the large magnetic field detection device, indicating the discovery of a planet. Hearing the beeping sound, Sei Ito slowly withdrew from his meditative state. He opened his eyes and reached out to hold the spacecraft's control panel, then changed the autopilot mode back to manual mode. He then controlled the spacecraft to fly around the newly discovered planet while observing the planet's state through the optical screen. This was a grayish-brown planet that was very large. It was about 3 times the size of the original Earth and had a thin atmosphere. However, it was very unstable. Lightning bolts visible to the naked eye were constantly jumping in the atmosphere. It emitted bursts of light. There were no surrounding satellites similar to the relationship between the Earth and the Moon, nor were there any asteroid belts similar to the outer surface of Saturn. It was bare and alone floating in the universe. After roughly observing the planet's state, Sei Ito stopped the spacecraft and turned on the life detection device. In an instant, a special electric wave that was invisible to the naked eye extended out from the cabin that suddenly opened at the front of the spaceship. It was shot out from a small round pot that looked like a satellite receiver. It passed through the void and rushed into the planet's atmosphere. Then, after about a minute, a subtle DD sound came from the device. Sei Ito's gaze shifted slightly when he heard the notification. It landed on the surface of the radar-like life detector. The emptiness of the planet told Sei Ito that it was a dead planet without any life. Sei Ito, who wasn't surprised by this, didn't mind it. He activated another function of the probe and sent out another wave to explore the planet. This time, the time taken was slightly longer than the previous exploration. About 3 minutes later, a new prompt sounded from the instrument. Sei Ito's eyes glanced at the interface of the instrument. His expression suddenly changed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because in the new interface, there were a bunch of densely packed dots. However, the small dots that were scattered into several clusters came into his sight. What they represented was none other than the fresh lives of each and every one of them. The reason why the previous exploration didn't detect them was entirely because the two probes targeted different life forms. The previous exploration targeted three-dimensional life forms similar to humans on Earth. The second exploration targeted four-dimensional life forms that were higher than three-dimensional, so the results of the two probes were different in a short period of time. Sei Ito slightly memorized the distribution of these life forms on the planet, then his figure flashed. He left the spacecraft and appeared in the outer space. Then, he bent down and rushed toward the planet, at a speed as high as 20 times the speed of sound. In almost an instant, Sei Ito broke through the planet's atmosphere and arrived above the planet's surface with a thick gray cloud. Just like what he saw in the outer space, this was a grayish-brown world. There was no water, no vegetation, and everywhere he looked were mountains that extended for hundreds of kilometers and craters similar to those on the Moon's surface. Thick lightning bolts occasionally struck the ground, shattering the mountain rocks and leaving streaks of blazing white marks in the air. Apart from that, there were several active volcanoes within sight. Thick black smoke and boiling red magma constantly gushed out from the craters of the active volcanoes. Even if he didn't take out a specialized instrument to detect the air quality, Seito could imagine that this environment was definitely not suitable for humans to survive. Then, Seito retracted his gaze and moved toward the place where the four-dimensional life forms were closest to him. Flying at a speed several times the speed of sound, Seito arrived above the place where those life forms were located in just a few minutes. However, what he saw was still a barren rocky surface. Feeling somewhat surprised, Seito raised his eyebrows and released his spiritual sense to carefully investigate the surroundings. In the next moment, Seito understood why. So it's underground, Seito muttered to himself. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, in a huge space about 100 meters below the barren surface, Seito's figure appeared out of thin air along with a faint change in light. Then, he looked around and observed the surrounding environment. This was an extremely spacious space. The top floor was tens of meters away from the ground. It was unknown how wide it was. It was so empty that it was like a huge underground city. However, there was no city or city wall. Instead, there were many irregular round holes of about 3 to 4 meters in diameter on the surrounding walls. They were pitch black and led to unknown places. In the center of the underground space, there was a large machine in the shape of a 5-tiered pyramid. A pale blue light flickered on top of it. At the top of the pyramid was a spherical metal ball. One end of it was connected to a huge pipe that led to an unknown distance. A dozen heavily armed soldiers of the Orion Empire stood around the pyramid, guarding the huge staircase of the pyramid with solemn expressions. From the looks of it, this seems to be a mine? Seito said thoughtfully after taking in the environment in front of him. Then, with a thought, the soldiers of the Orion Empire, who were guarding around the pyramid, suddenly appeared in front of him. They waved their limbs in the air in a panic like drowning people. At this time, Itosei's mind turned, and a black energy barrier immediately appeared around all the soldiers of the Orion Empire, forming a coffin-like rectangular column, sealing all the soldiers of the Orion Empire inside. Then, these black coffins flashed and disappeared into thin air. At this point, all the soldiers of the Orion Empire in the entire underground space had been captured and sealed. Then, Seito's figure flashed and appeared next to the pyramid. He seemed to be observing there. However, after looking at it for a long time, Seito still could not figure out what the pyramid was for or how it worked. Then, he retracted his gaze and spread out his divine sense to explore the surrounding tunnels that were similar to the tunnels dug by the cavemen. Soon, a creature that looked different from the Orion Empire appeared in Seito's mind through his divine sense. It was a group of humanoid creatures. They were not tall, similar to the legendary dwarves, only about 1.2 to 1.4 meters tall. However, they were not as strong as the dwarves. Instead, they were similar to the goblins. They were thin and dry, without a single hair on their bodies. Their eyes were very small and could even be said to be almost non-existent. However, it seemed that the nose was particularly developed, occupying 1/3 of their entire head. They were dressed in rags and stood there foolishly as they dug at the wall. They took down pieces of dark blue ore from the rock wall and threw them into the backpack beside them. After filling the backpack, they carried the ore to a towering device with 4 semi-curved metal arms near the middle of the tunnel. The device flashed with a blue energy halo inside and threw the ore into the device. After throwing the ore into the device, the blue energy halo flashed faintly and sent the ore to an unknown storage point. Natives or a slave race from another planet? Seito deduced. Then, with another thought, he moved a dwarf that was digging in front of him. 2 #yen. Yen. As soon as he stood still, the dwarf let out a strange cry full of panic. It has a language. Seems like it's an intelligent creature, Ito thought to himself. Then, he converted his divine sense back into mental strength and probed into the dwarf's mind, connecting with the dwarf's mental strength field. Silence, Ito said softly with a voice filled with the Taoist soul-suppressing voice. Who are you? After a moment of silence, the dwarf asked with a voice filled with fear and fear. Who are you, and what kind of creatures are you? Ito did not answer the dwarf's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. My name is Gar. I'm from the Tatacrasir tribe, the dwarf named Gar replied. The Tatacrasir tribe? Are you a native of this planet? Ito asked. No, we, the Tatacrasir tribe, live on a planet called Saros. We were captured by the Orion Empire and brought here, Gar replied. Mining for them? Ito asked. Yes, Gar confirmed. Tell me about the situation here, Ito requested. This planet. Gar nodded his little head and began to explain the situation here. Seeing how cooperative Gar was, Ito was speechless. He could not help but wonder if he had frightened him. Chapter 2245. Through Gaz's explanation, Ito finally understood the situation on this planet. This planet, which Gaz called #Yen, was a resource planet. It was located at the edge of the Orion Nebula in the constellation Orion, where the Orion Empire was located. It was thousands of light years away from the Orion Imperial Planet, where the Orion Empire was located. It contained an important mineral called blue crystal. Gaz and his compatriots from the Tata Krosar clan were miners who mined this blue crystal. As for the blue crystal, it was a type of natural crystal or that was very good at conducting energy. It was mostly used to create energy weapons and the energy output pipes of spaceship power furnaces. Therefore, even though it wasn't a particularly high-grade crystal ore, it was still a very popular commodity in the universe. It was a very good strategic resource. After it was mined, it would be sent to the material transporter. It was the machine with 4 metal arms and a blue energy halo that Ito saw in the middle of the tunnel before. It would directly transport the extracted blue crystal ore into the refining furnace, the 5-story pyramid next to Ito, and then it would be refined into pure blue crystal. It would then be transported through the pipeline connected to the metal sphere at the top of the pyramid to a centralized warehouse. It would be used to transport the supplies that would be delivered once every 3 #Yen months. As for where the supplies would be transported to, it was not something that Gaz, a low-level miner who did not eat well and was not well dressed like a beggar, would know. When was the last time the supplies flew through here? Ito asked. It was 2 #Yen months ago, Gaz replied. In other words, there is still a month before the supplies will be delivered this time? Ito confirmed. Yes, Gaz confirmed. How much do you know about the situation of the Orion Empire? Ito nodded slightly. Then he asked. I don't know a lot. Hearing this, Ito clearly felt Gaz's psychic fluctuate, and his voice was filled with caution and fear. Tell me what you know. Ito increased the pressure of his psychic power and said in a deep voice. Yes. Gaz, who was under pressure, quickly responded, and then told him all the information and rumors he clearly knew or heard about the Orion Empire. The Orion Empire, just like its name, was an imperial country with the existence of the royal family. It was not the so-called constitutional monarchy on Earth, but a real monarchy like the ancient feudal dynasty, where all power was concentrated in the hands of the emperor. So in the Orion Empire, the emperor and the royal family had the greatest authority. They also had the most resources. Under the emperor, the 7 generals of the Orion Empire had the greatest authority. They were in charge of the 7 legions of the Orion Empire, stationed in the 7 administrative planets. At the same time, each had 4 generals under their command. and each general had a fleet of more than 2,000 battleships. A warship battleship. They were stationed in the 7 administrative universes with the 7 administrative planets as the center. Further down, then it was the turn of the aristocratic leaders who controlled the various administrative planets. The administrative philosophy of the Orion Empire was semi-extreme militarism. No matter men or women, they had to undergo military-style training and cultivation before they reached adulthood. This made the people of the Orion Empire extremely belligerent and aggressive. But the opposite effect was that the people of the Orion Empire had very few people who chose to engage in the production industry after they reached adulthood. Most of them joined the army and various military-related scientific research and administrative departments, making the productivity of the entire Orion Empire very low in terms of living materials. It might not even be as good as Earth, and most of the things needed to be purchased from outside. But the result of this was that the Orion Empire was easily suppressed by other civilizations, which was unacceptable for the Orion Empire. So in order to make up for their own weakness and to let the policies implemented by the country bring positive results, the Orion Empire unstoppably embarked on the road of invasion. They used force to forcibly reclaim the defeated civilizations as their vassal race, or directly raise them as slaves to strengthen the production of living materials in the Orion Empire and to use them as cannon fodder in the war against other civilizations. After all, the outbreak of war often meant the death of a large number of lives, especially when battleships in space wars were bombarded by each other. Therefore, in order to avoid excessive consumption of their own population, this kind of behavior became an inevitable choice. Oh, by the way, before we were caught, I also heard about it, but I don't know if it's true. After a general introduction of the situation of the Orion Empire, Gar suddenly said, as if he remembered something, "Master? What's that?" Seito was surprised. "Master, that's our honorific title for those with high spirituality. Anyone who can cultivate 8 of the 12 spirituality channels in their body to their own characteristics will receive this title and will be specially praised by the Intelligent Life Parliament of the Pandimensional Universe." Gar explained with a face full of reverence. "What are they?" Seito frowned and asked. "I don't know," Gar said in an embarrassed tone. "Are there many masters?" Seito asked. "It depends on the level of the civilization. Under normal circumstances, only civilizations above level May 3rd have masters." Gar said. "Tell me about this civilization level," Seito said calmly. "Oh." Gar became the narrator again. The so-called civilization level was an evaluation rule that measured the overall level of a planet's civilization. There were a total of 9 levels, which were judged from many aspects such as the civilization's development level, technological level, civilization's personal quality, individual strength, and basic education level. For example, the planet Saros, where Gar came from, lived in, was a level 1 civilization planet. "What about the Orion Empire?" Seito asked. "The Orion Empire is a level 3 civilization planet, but according to the conversation of the supervisors here, they seem to have recently applied to the Parliament for level 4 review." Gar replied. Seito nodded and lowered his head to ponder. Although he did not know what a master was, according to Gar's description of a master's inheritance, they were similar to cultivators. They also had powerful and strange individual strength. In other words, a master was a cultivator. It was just that the two of them cultivated different things. Cultivators cultivated chi, spirit, and energy, while masters cultivated the innate spiritual pathway. Coupled with the fact that they were high-dimensional life forms, Seito had every reason to believe that these so-called masters were the people who became gods on Earth. Otherwise, how could they cultivate the spiritual pathway to its own characteristics according to Gar? What was the difference between this and things like rules, crystals, and divine positions? In this way, Seito had to pay attention to when taking revenge on the Orion Empire. Other than the strange technological weapons, there was one more thing that he needed to pay attention to. The masters in the Orion Empire. Seito would never believe that there were no masters in the Orion Empire, a member of a level 3 civilization that only masters could land on. There might not even be ordinary masters in the Orion Empire, but existences above the level of masters. Phew, I hope there are no masters above the level of Tai in the Orion Empire. After a while, Seito let out a long breath and thought to himself. The only thing he was worried about now was whether this would lead to the real members of the 7th dimensional civilization. After all, the eldest prince of the Orion Empire, Yakayaka, was a disciple of a master from a 7th dimensional civilization. If the master-disciple relationship in the universe was like on Earth, where the master was regarded as a father and the disciple as a son, it was really possible. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Let's take one step at a time. The first thing to do now is to wait for the supply spaceship from the Orion Empire. Seito decided. Then, he ignored Gar, who was standing cautiously by the side, and left the underground space in a flash. He appeared on the ground of planet #Yen and flew into the sky. At a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, Seito broke through the atmosphere of planet #Yen and came to the universe. He returned to the small spacecraft parked in the orbit of planet #Yen in just a moment. Then, his figure flashed, and he entered the spacecraft and turned on the quantum stealth system. Then, at the next moment, the entire spaceship's surface blurred and rapidly turned transparent, disappearing from the pitch-black universe's starry sky. Then, Seito turned on the constant detection system to detect the surroundings. He closed his eyes and sorted out the information about the Orion Empire that he had obtained from Gar. He was formulating a revenge plan that might be used next. In the dark and unfamiliar universe, there was no distinction between the sun and the moon. Unknowingly, the time of planet #Yen passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, just as Seito and Jean Grey, who was summoned by him, were teasing and joking in the spaceship, a crisp beep suddenly sounded, attracting their attention. Seito turned his head and looked at the instrument beside him. "What's wrong?" Jean Grey asked in confusion. "The prey is here." Seito smiled. "I'm sorry, Jean. You may have to go back first." "You don't need my help?" Jean Grey asked back with interest. Although the two of them had digested the Black Phoenix's tyrannical consciousness through dual cultivation, Jean Grey did not have to worry about being affected and becoming a ruthless demon king. However, in terms of personality, Jean Grey was still uncontrollably influenced by some of the Black Phoenix's consciousness. She became more belligerent and full of mischief than before. She would always seduce Seito from time to time, which made Seito both happy and troubled. "Not for now. But it's possible in the future." Seito smiled. Chapter 2246. In the Dark Universe, a huge metal spaceship with a length of 3,000 meters and a height of 800 meters, with a crescent-shaped front end and a wide body, with countless laser lights flashing on its surface, slowly flew over from a distance. It arrived above the orbit of planet #Yen and continued to descend without slowing down. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere, creating a thick red flame from friction, then slowly flew over planet #Yen, and finally landed on a huge artificial open platform at the southern pole of planet #Yen. Huff, the air compressed by the landing spaceship formed a high-pressure wind, blowing away all kinds of dust and fine stones attached to the ground, forming a visible air shock wave that spread to the surroundings. Subsequently, a wide hatch of 10 meters wide and several meters high opened on one side of the spaceship's armor wall. From the hatch, huge transport vehicles filled with various materials, without wheels and suspended in midair by the planet's repulsive force, slowly drove forward under the escort of a small team of heavily armed Orion Empire soldiers. They walked into a huge doorway on the surface and disappeared from the ground. The thunder body in the surroundings rumbled, creating terrifying lightning bolts without stopping. But shortly after the Orion Empire soldiers disappeared, Seito's figure suddenly appeared next to the spaceship with a slight change of light. Immediately afterward, he rushed into the Orion Empire's transport ship like a dark shadow and rushed to the corner of the huge cabin that instantly came into view. He then used spatial invisibility to hide himself, and fortunately no one was alerted. In other words, the commander of the Orion Empire's transport ship never thought that they would be attacked from elsewhere in their own territory. Therefore, many of the detection devices used for alert were not turned on normally at all, which caused them to be completely unaware of Seito's infiltration. This allowed him to break into their spaceship without any surprise or danger. After more than half an hour, the group of repulsive transport vehicles and Orion Empire soldiers that previously transported materials walked back into the spaceship. However, at this time, what was placed on the repulsive transport vehicle was no longer a square spacebox. Instead, it was a sky-blue pure crystal that had been polished into a square shape. Under the illumination of the lights in the spaceship, it reflected a magnificent blue light, blue crystal. Then, the hatch closed, sealing the entire spaceship. Then, with a gentle shake, the entire transport spaceship was once again suspended from the surface of planet #Yen under the powerful power system. The spaceship slowly turned around and rushed back into the sky. It broke through the atmosphere full of thunderclouds and poisonous gas, re-entered the universe, and flew towards the depths of the Orion constellation universe. This flight lasted for another 7 to 8 Earth days. It wasn't until the morning of the 9th Earth day that it came to a stop with another gentle tremor. Then, the hatch opened again, and the Orion Empire soldiers who had been waiting in the cabin for a long time escorted the blue crystals out of the spaceship. After that, Seito waited in the spaceship's cabin for about 5 or 6 minutes, and when he felt that it was about time, he sneaked out of the transport spaceship. Then, a huge spaceport appeared in front of him. The spaceport was extremely huge, just the width of the side of his eyes was dozens of kilometers, and the height was the same. In front of him was the spaceport's inspection and management desk. Behind him was the boundless universe, and dozens of huge spaceships of various sizes were docked in the port, and most of the spaceships had a lot of staff standing next to them. They were inspecting the items transported from the spaceship. Obviously, they were inspecting something. Seito briefly glanced at the port's environment and withdrew his gaze. He continued to remain invisible and followed the group of non-Orion Empire aliens who escorted the goods out of the port. They walked towards the outside of the spaceport. However, things were not as simple as Seito imagined. Because during the process of leaving the port, there were various inspections waiting for them. Even without knowing what went wrong, Seito's existence was detected. Immediately, a fierce alarm sounded in the port, and the combatants in the port were summoned. They held their weapons and pointed at all the aliens, including Seito, who were preparing to pass through the port. #Yen. #Yen. One of the Hunter Empire's soldiers shouted. Although Shi Yen didn't understand what he said, he basically understood the meaning of his words from the way the aliens around him squatted down with their hands on their head. Seito, who instantly became a crane in a flock of chickens, did not hesitate. He immediately reached out and grabbed the weapons in the hands of the Orion Empire soldiers. They flew in front of Seito, then pointed their muzzles at the soldiers in the field, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a large number of energy beams suddenly blasted toward the Orion Empire soldiers present. $. The Orion Empire soldiers screamed and dodged the attack with great strength. Therefore, under this round of attack, none of the Orion Empire soldiers died under their own weapons. However, before Sei-Ito could adjust the muzzle to attack the Orion Empire soldiers again, a strange energy wave immediately spread throughout the entire spaceport. Suddenly, Sei-Ito felt the psychokinesis he activated stagnate, and the weapons of the Orion Empire soldiers that were lifted up by the psychokinesis fell to the ground with a clatter. An Esper interference device? Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and guessed. However, he was not surprised. After all, the space confinement device had appeared before, so there was no reason for the spaceport not to have more powerful technological equipment. Then, Sei-Ito stomped his feet and rushed in front of the Orion Empire soldiers like a cheetah. He swung his fists and feet, knocking down the heavily armed Orion Empire soldiers one by one, then rushed out of the spaceport without stopping. Since he had been discovered, Sei-Ito did not intend to hide anymore. He was ready to take his revenge directly. His first target was the spaceport he had landed in. Therefore, while Sei-Ito was running out, he kept taking out antimatter bombs, high-energy compressed shock bombs, cumulated thunder energy cloud bombs, plasma bombs, miniaturized hydrogen bombs, and many other powerful technological weapons from his hands and threw them in all directions, bombarding the entire spaceport. Boom! 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 By the time Sei-Ito ran out of the spaceport, the entire spaceport had fallen into a huge mushroom cloud and was destroyed into a pile of ruins. Ito-Sei, who had broken free from the strange suppression, flashed into the air of this unknown planet. He waved his arm and summoned a portable rainbow cannon magic conductor bead that had not yet been activated. He activated it with his mind, and a small warship that was 1 meter long, 10 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters tall appeared in a colorful light. It looked like a scale model of a dimensional warship. Target diagonally below, attack. Sei-Ito ordered. Yes, my master, the artificial intelligence core responded. Then, 2 small and 1 large magical light, composed of countless runes, appeared out of thin air in front of the small dimensional battleship. Energy and light gathered from all around, and under the suppression of the 2 small and 1 large magical binding bands, they condensed into a ball of energy that contained super high power. Then, with a boom, it suddenly bombarded the surface of the planet below. The rainbow cannon was like a long rainbow, instantly bombarding the ground. Then, a huge ball of light emerged from the ground and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge hemispherical light shield with a diameter of tens of kilometers and a height of tens of kilometers. Everything in its path was annihilated into nothingness. Boom! Then, a loud explosion rang out, and the entire sphere of light instantly turned from white to black, turning into a distorted air that was rotating at high speed. It released a tremendous suction force, sucking and engulfing all matter within a range of 100 kilometers. The matter was annihilated into dust and disappeared into the pitch-black space. This situation lasted for about half a minute before it came to an end. It collapsed into a small black dot and disappeared into the air like a popped bubble, leaving only a huge, terrifying crater that was almost half a kilometer in diameter and dozens of kilometers deep. Water was gradually seeping out of the crater on the surface of the planet. Chi. At the same time, the small dimensional battleship that had completed the rainbow cannon shot out a large amount of hot steam, as if it was exhausting, enveloping Sei-Ito and the small dimensional battleship. Sei-Ito, who was very satisfied with the effect of this attack, put away the small dimensional battleship that would not be able to fire another shot for a short period of time. He activated Blink and left the scene, heading to another place tens of thousands of kilometers away from the scene. He then took out another rainbow cannon magic device, activated it, and fired another rainbow cannon attack. Boom! Then, the second attack, the third attack, the fourth attack. In just half an hour, Ito Mori completely plowed this natural star of Orion Empire with his continuous attack. The whole natural star was dented, and numerous people were killed or injured. The whole planet was even beaten back to its original state at the beginning of the planet. There were erupting volcanoes, earthquakes, and tsunamis everywhere. Thick poisonous smoke covered the sky like dark clouds, blocking the sun. In just half an hour, Ito Mori completely plowed this natural star of Orion Empire. It could be said that if no effort was made to govern this planet, it would be a waste. And even if it were to be governed, it would take at least 10 years for people to survive, let alone to return to its original state. Seito, who was very satisfied with his revenge, smiled lightly and flew away from the planet in a flash. He arrived in space, summoned a spaceship, and hurriedly flew toward the Orion Empire's imperial planet, where the headquarters of the Orion Empire was located. Chapter 2247. Inside a huge blue planet as beautiful as Earth, in a majestic building towering into the clouds, an Orion with thick dark blue smoke billowing around him sat on an exaggerated golden throne with a backrest of several meters. His cold aura enveloped the entire space. "Who can tell me what's going on?" the Orion on the throne said slowly. But what greeted him was a dead silence. "Sister, speak." Seeing that no one answered, the Orion Emperor called out, "Your Majesty, the Intelligence Department is using the space backtracking system to extract the remaining space particles above planet *****. I believe it won't take long to get the answer." In the hall, a chubby Orion bowed his head and said respectfully, "Is that so?" The Orion Emperor said non-committally, "Yes, Your Majesty." The sister responded, "How long will it take?" The Orion Emperor asked. "This." The sister, who did not expect the Emperor to ask such a detailed question, was stunned and did not know how to answer. Although he was in charge of the Empire's intelligence department, the specific case was handled by the people below. Who knows how long it will take them to find out what they want? The Orion Emperor's brows furrowed under the smoke, and he groaned softly with a hint of displeasure. This, the sister said nervously, "It may take another day." "1 day," the Orion Emperor said softly. The sister, who was afraid that she would cause trouble by talking nonsense, lowered her head and did not dare to answer. "Then I will wait here for a day. If there is no result after a day." The Orion Emperor stopped talking and looked at the sister in the hall without the slightest emotion. "I am willing to resign from the position of Minister of Intelligence of the Empire and accept a military trial." The blue smoke outside the sister's body tightened and retracted as she said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, the Orion Emperor moved his gaze away slightly, closed his eyes, and rested. Finally, the sister, who could no longer feel the uneasy feeling on her back, breathed a sigh of relief and calmed her emotions slightly. But not long after, the smoke around her quickly churned again. "You bastards must find out the truth within a day, otherwise, if I die, you won't have an easy time." In the Orion Empire, the harshest trial was not civil law, but military law. Those who violated the military law rarely escaped death, and even if they did not die, they would become half-disabled afterwards. What's more, the sister worked in the intelligence department, which was one of the more shady jobs. She was covered in mud from head to toe. Even if she wanted to clean it, she would not be able to clean, so the final result must be the death penalty. In other words, Mumu was betting his life on the intelligence department's efficiency. It was no wonder he was so agitated. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing Mumu could do to change anything. She could only accompany the Emperor, who had gone crazy for some unknown reason, to wait in the main hall together with the other high-ranking officials of the Emperor. This wait lasted for almost half a day, and the deadline for Mumu was about to arrive. At this moment, Mumu could no longer hold it in. The blue smoke around her body seemed to be wrapped in flames as it kept churning and surging. At the same time, other high-ranking military and political officials also looked at him with sympathy or gloating. However, Just when the Orion Emperor thought he was doomed, the report he had been looking forward to was finally delivered to the Imperial Palace of the Orion Empire. Your Majesty, there is an investigator outside who claims to be from the Orion Empire's intelligence department. He requests to meet with the Orion Emperor, saying that he has something important to report. A Orion Empire soldier guarding the Imperial Palace Hall walked into the hall and bowed his head. Let him in. The Orion Emperor slowly opened his eyes and looked at the guard. Yes. The guard responded, got up and left the hall. Not long after, another Orion with blue smoke billowing around him walked into the hall. He put his hands on his shoulders, bowed and saluted. Roger Emmer greets your Majesty and all sirs. Roger Emmer, is there a result of the investigation about the asterisk? After the Orion named Roger Imra saluted, the anxious intelligence minister on the side quickly asked. This was not rude. After all, Roger Emmer was looking for the Orion Emperor, not to mention that the Orion Emperor was the person in charge of this matter. There was no problem for him to ask the Orion Emperor first. Yes, Minister. Roger Emmer nodded and admitted. Quickly bring out the results of the investigation. The Orion Emperor confirmed. Roger Emmer did not speak. He raised his head and looked at the Orion Emperor sitting high on the throne. The latter's expression did not change. He said softly, I also want to hear the results of the investigation. Yes, Your Majesty. Roger Emmer bowed his head. Then he raised his head again and took out a metal disc the size of a coffee cup tray from his arms. His index finger pressed on the center of the disc, and a laser light immediately shot out from the small circle inside the disc, forming an optical screen in midair. A video of Sei Ito bombarding the planet with a laser beam and rushing out of the spaceport by force was then played on the optical screen. Fortunately, the video was not long. It was played in less than a minute, and the final image was completely fixed on Sei Ito's face. Then, Roger Emmer reached out and pointed at the image of Sei Ito on the screen in midair. He separated the image of Sei Ito from the screen and formed a new optical screen that naturally expanded. Then, while watching the new explanatory text that appeared next to the image of Sei Ito, he used his own words to report to the Orion Emperor and the ministers in the hall who were paying attention to him. This is the culprit who destroyed Planet X, Earthling, name unknown, through hashtag. The ore transport ship returning from Planet X landed on Planet X, and during the inspection, it was discovered by the Dangerous Creature Detection System. After that, it clashed with the port guard force and used force to break through. At the same time, it used suspected space compression equipment to carry many strong material and energy technology weapons to destroy the port. His attitude toward the Empire, hostile. The number and quality of the weapons he controls, unknown. The force he belongs to, unknown. It is suspected that he is related to the Milky Way Federation. According to the investigation, during the Earth's dimensional ascension, he had frequent contact with the Sirius Star Fleet. Comprehensive assessment, triple threat. Recommended to kill him immediately. After that, Roger Emmer stopped talking and raised his head to look at the Orion Emperor. How did he appear on hashtag? The ore transport ship returning from Planet X, the Orion Emperor asked softly. He sneaked in. According to the investigation, the transport ship's commander, Major Sisler, had neglected his duties during the ore escort process. He often didn't follow the regulations of the special ship type's navigation regulations to carry out detection. This was the case during the transport this time. He didn't follow the regulations to activate the detection device, which led to this incident, Roger Emmer replied. Then how did he appear on hashtag? Planet X, the Orion Emperor asked again. It's still unknown. However, my colleague has personally gone to hashtag. Planet X has launched an investigation, and there should be a result soon, Roger Emmer replied. Where is he now? The Orion Emperor nodded noncommittally and asked Sei Ito. Judging from the traces of space movement left behind when he left, he is currently flying to Orion Emperor planet, but it is not ruled out that he will stop at Planet X. Planet X or stop at Planet X, Roger Immer replied. You are dismissed, the Orion Emperor said. Yes, Your Majesty. This lowly official will retire. Roger Immer bowed his head and saluted. Then, he put away the optical screen and the small disc, turned around and left the hall. An Earthling, it's actually an Earthling. My dignified Orion Empire actually had a natural ecological planet destroyed by a native from a small barbaric planet. What are you guys doing? What use do I have for you? After Roger Immer left, the Orion Emperor, who had been silent, suddenly chuckled and muttered to himself. However, other than the fact that he was fine at the beginning, his voice was filled with uncontrollable rage. It caused the dark blue clouds around him to churn violently and release powerful energy waves, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The Orion Empire's higher-ups in the hall were in awe. They bowed their heads, not daring to provoke the furious Emperor. Janalv received the order. The transport ship's commander, CCC Slor, has neglected his duties and disregarded the Emperor's orders. His crime is unforgivable, and he will be sent to the military court for punishment. In addition, I order Planet X and Planet X to be under martial law. Immediately capture that damn Earthling, dead or alive. I only want results. Do you understand? Then, the Orion Emperor shouted at a minister below. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll do it right away. Orion, whose cloud color looked much thinner than the others, almost could not cover the person's true face, responded respectfully. After speaking, he did not hesitate and immediately left the palace hall. Moo, this time I don't want to hear any bad news. Then, the Orion Emperor said to the Minister of Intelligence of the Empire, Moo, who was lucky enough to escape. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down this time. Moo immediately patted his chest and promised loudly. You may all leave. The Orion Emperor said in a soft voice, neither approving nor disapproving. Then, everyone bowed to the Orion Emperor and left the palace hall. Damn Earthling! After leaving the palace hall, the Minister of Intelligence of the Empire, Moo, who was completely relieved, cursed hatefully. Yes, that damned Earthling, the others replied in unison. Chapter 2248. Beep 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 beep. In the aircraft flying at high speed in the subspace, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in the quiet cockpit. Then, before Sei Ito could check what was going on, a powerful energy shock suddenly appeared in the subspace, in front of the small aircraft driven by Sei Ito. Then the small aircraft shook violently and forcibly broke out of the subspace. Then a fleet of fleets was reflected in Sei Ito's eyes through the optical screen of the small aircraft. It was the fleet of the Orion Empire. The size of this fleet was not small, consisting of hundreds of huge crescent-shaped spaceships with a length of 4,000 to 5,000 meters, a height of hundreds of meters, and a width of about a kilometer. They were dark all over, so dark that it was almost impossible to tell their true position in the universe. Obviously, the metal coating on the exterior of these battleships had a strong light absorption and invisibility effect. The ferocious cannons protruded out, faintly accumulating energy, aiming at the small aircraft Sei Ito was riding, causing the aircraft's lock-on detection system to constantly emit shrill alarms. This is the Orion Empire. Planet Yengard Force, Earthling, now officially order you to stop the spaceship, lock on the weapon system, and accept our boarding inspection. Otherwise, we have the right to destroy you and your aircraft on the spot for the crime of invading the territory of the Orion Empire. Then in the next moment, a warning in Earth's English was transmitted from the multi-frequency radio equipment, and the voice and tone of the voice were very strong. I'd be a fool if I listened to you. Sei-Ito said to himself with a mocking expression. Then with a thought, he put the small aircraft into the Rubik's Cube world, and then without hesitation, he jumped away from the place with his instant transmission ability. The next moment, several energy beams containing terrifying energy fluctuations quickly flew from a distance, passing through Sei-Ito's original position. Sei-Ito, who reappeared, thought. Hundreds of glass gems the size of tennis balls suddenly appeared around him, and then shattered. Amidst the dazzling light, they transformed into miniature dimensional cruisers that looked like dimensional cruiser models built to the same scale. They floated around Sei-Ito like a group of guards. Then, Sei-Ito released his divine telekinesis and divided it into a number of divine telekinesis branches that were equivalent to the number of small dimensional ships, connecting them to the small dimensional ship. Dragon Knight System, activate, Sei-Ito muttered. Then, his figure flashed again, leading hundreds of small dimensional ships to dodge another beam from the Orion Empire's fleet. Activate the Rainbow Light Cannon. Itsunari, who appeared again, ordered with his mind. Yes, my master. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of restraining halos of different sizes formed by strange runes with magical power appeared in front of the small dimensional vessel. Turning into light-devouring black holes, they gathered the light beams and atomic energy around them and condensed them into huge energy light balls with a diameter of hundreds of meters. But in this way, the small dimensional cruiser's target became uncontrollably huge. And the Orion Empire's fleet, which learned from the energy detection device that these light balls were dangerous, did not hesitate to attack the energy light balls gathered by the small dimensional cruisers in a scattered manner. But Sei-Ito, who did not want his attack to be destroyed, did not hesitate either. He flashed to the front of the many small dimensional cruisers, stretched his hands forward, and fully unleashed his psychokinesis, creating a barrier that stretched tens of kilometers in front of himself and the many small dimensional cruisers. The barrier was also tens of kilometers in height, with a huge arc-shaped psychokinesis barrier on the surface, standing in the void. And because of the squeezing of energy limit, the originally transparent and invisible psychokinesis barrier gradually gained color. It emerged from the void like a huge colorful light curtain across the universe, blocking in front of Sei-Ito and the many small dimensional cruisers. Then, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed, and a powerful energy shock wave was transmitted into Sei-Ito's mind through the psychokinesis barrier and the mental power connection. His mind was stirred up. Humph, Sei-Ito, who suddenly felt a tingling pain in his head, groaned and frowned. But he still did not disperse the psychokinesis barrier in front of him, and continued to maintain the psychokinesis barrier to resist until there was a pause in the Orion Empire's attack. At this time, Sei-Ito immediately retracted the psychokinesis barrier and shouted with his mind, "Fire!" In an instant, hundreds of colorful light beams suddenly blasted out from his side, cut through the void of the universe, and fell into the Orion Empire's fleet on the opposite side. Silently, hundreds of light beams suddenly bloomed and quickly spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they turned into hundreds of huge spheres with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers, enveloping the hundreds of Orion Empire's battleships. Then, as the light beams converged, the light spheres turned into huge black holes, forming a rapidly rotating vortex that released a boundless suction force, forcibly sucking in the battleships that were not immediately enveloped by the light spheres when they erupted. Nearly 100 strong suction forces formed a terrifying area of gravitational chaos, competing for the battleships that did not enter the hole, and then unceremoniously tore them into pieces one by one and pulled them into the big hole. It could be said that this area of the universe, which stretched nearly 1,000 kilometers and had a depth of 200 to 300 kilometers, had truly evolved into a desolate area under the intensive attack of the prismatic light cannons. Regardless of whether it was a large battleship or a passing meteorite, Nothing could escape the pull of the gravitational force created by the prismatic light cannons. They were all sucked into the black holes and annihilated into nothingness. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. In less than a minute, all the black holes quickly stopped and collapsed into extremely small black spots. Then, like a pile of bubbles, they burst and disappeared into the void of the universe, leaving behind a blank area of energy that had not yet recovered. Whoosh! Following that, the surface of all the small dimensional ships that had completed their attack mission protruded. Several metal pillars with small crisscrossing eyes protruded from the hull of the ships, and a large amount of hot white steam was emitted from them. It spread out in the dark universe. After the heat dissipation was over, Seito used his mind to put away all the small dimensional ships. He summoned the small aircraft again and entered the operation room in a flash. I remember that the fleet mentioned a planet just now. They are the garrison of that planet. Since that is the case, I will pay a visit to that planet. As Ito-sei thought about it, he pulled out the star map of the Orion constellation. From it, he found his position and the planet closest to him. After setting the course, he drove the spacecraft to fly toward that planet. The high-speed spacecraft turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the universe in an instant. 10 minutes later, the small aircraft appeared around the orbit of the target planet. It was a planet with 4 colors of blue, brown, red, and green. It was very large, about the same size as Saturn, and there were 8 moon-like satellites around it, as well as a nebula ring that was like a belt around the horizontal line in the middle of the planet. There were modified spaceports on the satellites, and dozens or hundreds of huge battleships freely floated around the satellites and the planet, like a patrol team patrolling around the planet. Unfortunately, the location where Seito's spacecraft appeared was not far from a patrol team, so it was not surprising that it was discovered by the other party. Seito did not hesitate and immediately used his mind to put away the spacecraft. He launched instant transmission and appeared in front of the patrol team in a flash. The cosmic domain expanded outward and shrouded all the battleships in front of him. In an instant, dozens of huge planets appeared out of thin air around the patrol fleet. They slowly rotated around them. Explode! Then, Seito shouted softly. After a loud boom, the dozens of planets that rotated around the patrol fleet all exploded. It released a powerful energy impact that was visible to the naked eye and blasted toward the battleship in the center of the explosion. Boom! Under the energy impact that was like the explosion of a real planet, the battleship that was hit immediately shattered and exploded. It turned into a huge reddish-yellow cloud of smoke. Then Seito stretched out his hand and waved, and the cosmic domain and the wreckage of the Orion Empire's battleships disappeared from the universe. Seito, who got rid of a patrol team, did not stay in the universe. He swooped down and flew toward the natural planet in front of him. Seito's body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the planet like a meteor. In the atmosphere of planet Yen, he flew toward the surface without slowing down. Under the rapid speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, it didn't take long for Seito to break through. Planet Yen's atmosphere entered the natural sky of the planet. However, before he could carefully observe the natural environment and human conditions on the planet, a rapid alarm echoed in the sky above the planet, and then a large number of underground aircrafts immediately appeared in the sky and quickly flew toward Seito's location. Seeing the arrival of the enemy, Seito's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, hundreds and thousands of soldiers wearing black battle suits similar to exoskeleton armor appeared in the sky around him. Destroy them! Then Seito looked at the approaching aircrafts in front of him and said in a low voice, "Yes." The soldiers around him responded in unison. At the next moment, the figures of these soldiers flashed in unison, disappearing from his side in a manner similar to teleportation. They then appeared next to the many fighter aircrafts that were flying over rapidly. They brandished the energy weapons in their hands and attacked the fighter aircrafts one after another. The aircrafts naturally wouldn't stand there stupidly. They flew sideways or up and down to avoid the soldiers' attack. In this regard, the soldiers were not discouraged and continued to chase after the aircraft. In an instant, densely packed beams of light appeared in the vast blue sky of the planet like a rainstorm. Seeing that the aircrafts sent by the enemy were blocked, Ito ignored them. With a thought, he switched to another batch of rainbow light cannons and launched attacks on the ground in batches. Boom! Light bloomed, and a huge sphere with a diameter of 100 kilometers appeared on the ground, sucking in the surrounding buildings and the people of Orion and other civilizations into the space. Boom! After the explosion, a deep pit appeared on the ground of the planet, penetrating the crust and causing the underground magma to rush into the pit. Boom! The seawater was swallowed, and the huge gap caused the ocean currents to flow backward, stirring the ocean and creating a terrifying tsunami that hit the alien cities along the coast. Boom! Mountains disappeared, the earth shattered, and all kinds of deadly things began to appear on the planet. Boom! The people began to panic and hide helplessly. Then, one after another, they were killed by the terrifying disasters and the aftermath of the battle between the soldiers and the aircrafts in the sky, turning into broken corpses with not even a speck of dust left. Under the continuous bombardment of Ito's rainbow light cannons, the entire planet began to move toward the destruction of civilization and the destruction of the living environment. However, at this moment, a swarm of black spots suddenly appeared in the sky like a plague of locusts and rushed into the interior of the planet like rain. These black spots were none other than the soldiers of the Orion Empire. Each of them wore individual armor or piloted an interplanetary aircraft and joined the battle against Ito. Seeing this, Ito did not hesitate. He immediately released more soldiers from the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers wearing the crystallized technology of the Rubik's Cube world appeared in the sky and clashed with the soldiers of the Orion Empire. A total of 100,000 soldiers from both sides densely covered the sky like a huge dark cloud, covering an area of hundreds of kilometers. After that, Ito ignored the soldiers of the Orion Empire and continued his destruction of the planet. "It's really big. Looks like I'll have to speed up," Ito said to himself. With that thought in mind, his figure flashed as he created several hundred clones that looked exactly like him. He then gave each of them 20 rainbow light cannons and all sorts of powerful destructive weapons. He then had the clones leave him to wreak havoc in other places. As for why he didn't give the shadow clones more rainbow light cannons, it wasn't that he didn't want to. It was just that he didn't have a lot of them. Excluding those that had been used once and were in the process of being recharged, he only had a little more than 1,000 rainbow light cannons. This included the ones that Ito-sei had retrieved from Earth's orbit after the solar system had a dimensional barrier. After all, this toy should be a high-risk item. Apart from controlling it himself, Ito had no intention of letting it run rampant in the Rubik's Cube world. Who knew when some brainless resident who had a chance to get it would go crazy and destroy a planet? Chapter 2249. Stop! Just after Ito blasted another piece of land with the rainbow light cannon, causing a wave of disaster, a voice full of anger and boundless killing intent exploded in Ito's mind along with a high-frequency vibration of mental power, causing Ito to feel dizzy. Ito, who came back to his senses, turned around and looked coldly at the person who spoke. The person who came was an Orion. He was very tall, at least 2 meters tall. He wore a black tight suit similar to the uniform of the Orion Empire's soldiers. Only his head was exposed, which was covered by dark clouds. His body was thin, making him look like a stick. The energy around his body was tumbling, exuding a powerful aura. Based on initial estimates, he was similar to an official god on Earth. Master? Seito raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Since you know my identity, why don't you stop what you are doing and surrender? You won't have to suffer some necessary pain. The person looked at Seito with some surprise, who seemed to be fine, and said in a cold and arrogant tone, Have you become stupid from cultivating? Seito looked at the so-called master in front of him with a mocking face and sneered. Bastard! Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. The master shouted angrily as the smoke around him churned. At the same time, a mental shock wave several times stronger than before suddenly rushed into Seito's mind. Seito, who was attacked, smiled awkwardly. His primordial spirit moved, and a wave of primordial spirit power erupted from his sea of consciousness like a tsunami. It instantly broke the mental shock wave of the master's attack, and then the remaining momentum formed a wave of mental power. It followed the mental power path of the master's attack and rushed back into the master's mind. In an instant, the master's body shook. The surrounding dark blue smoke suddenly exploded, revealing his skinny body that was charred black as if it had been burned by fire. So this is what an Orion looks like. Seito suddenly realized. He looked almost like a human. They all had a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but their ears were stuck close to the sides of their heads. If one did not pay attention, it was as if they did not have ears. They were bald, and their skin was as black as charcoal. They did not seem to have much flesh. How is that possible? How can your spiritual power be so strong? Are you a venerable one? Master's body swayed, and a stream of pale blue crystal blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with disbelief as he pointed at Seito with a bony finger and screamed, Venerable one? Is it the rank above the master? Ito-sei frowned slightly and said in his heart. Then, without waiting for Seito to react, the Grandmaster's figure immediately flashed and disappeared into thin air. Seito, who was brought back to his senses by the Grandmaster's actions, sneered and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, in a room full of metal, the Grandmaster and Seito appeared one after another in the room. Then, Seito reached out and grabbed the Grandmaster, who was desperately dodging in his hand. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a venerable one. The strength of the Orion Empire is definitely not something that a savage from a wild planet at the edge of the Milky Way like you can know. You will never escape the Empire's pursuit. Knowing that his resistance was useless, the Grandmaster sneered. In other words, there are spiritual cultivators with the strength of a venerable one in the Orion Empire? Seito asked with interest. The Grandmaster's expression froze. He was speechless. Tell me the real situation of the Orion Empire. If you tell me the truth, I can consider sparing your life. Seito said lightly. In your dreams. We Orion only fight to the death, never surrender. Don't even think about getting any information about the Orion Empire from me. The Grandmaster said loudly with a heroic look. Then, his spiritual force surged. Majestic spiritual energy erupted from his body, emitting strong light and high heat. It caused his body to suddenly explode. Boom! In the huge explosion, a powerful energy shock wave appeared. It quickly spread, annihilating the surrounding metal into particles, and rushed to the periphery without slowing down. In just a moment, a huge energy light cluster was suspended in the air. In the orbit of planet Yen, a very special battleship appeared in the middle of a huge battleship that was much larger than the other battleships of the Orion Empire. Like a small white dwarf, it swallowed the entire battleship in half. However, just when all the Orion Empire battleships were attracted by the sudden explosion, a dim special wave suddenly flew out of the blazing white light like a small white dwarf and disappeared into a nearby Orion Empire battleship. TSK, how stubborn. He committed suicide without saying anything. Seito, who sensed the abnormality the moment the Grandmaster detonated his spiritual path, used instant transmission to escape from the battleship and come to the universe, clicked his tongue in displeasure. Fortunately, the small white dwarf formed by the Grandmaster's self-detonation did not last long. In less than a minute it became dim, and then quickly extinguished like a lamp that had lost its power supply, disappearing into the universe. However, at this time, the body part of the battleship that was originally there also disappeared into the universe along with the energy of the ball of light, leaving only a small part of the head and tail of the battleship that was less than 100 meters long floating there, proving that something had once existed there. But at this moment, Ito, who had seen the big explosion, appeared above the remaining battleships with a thought. He spread out his cosmic domain, enveloping the battleships and the area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Then, he treated them the same as before. Like a patrol team, he detonated the huge planets condensed from various forces in the cosmic domain, creating a powerful energy impact similar to the Big Bang, forcibly tearing through the energy defense barrier of the Orion Empire's battleship, blasting the hull of the battleship, and turning it into a blazing ball of light that gradually disappeared into the cosmic domain. After all the smoke and fire disappeared, Ito put away the cosmic domain, and with a thought, he summoned Jean Grey from the Rubik's Cube world. Huh! Jean Grey, who had just appeared, looked at the strange planet in front of her and the dark universe around her with some surprise. "Dear, I need your help." Ito smiled. "What?" Jean Grey was surprised. "Do you see those satellites?" Ito Cheng pointed to the orbiting planet. "The orbiting satellite of planet Yin said. "I see them, why?" Jean Grey asked in confusion. "I need you to help me destroy the alien military bases on those satellites," Ito said. "Okay. But what about you?" Jean Grey nodded and agreed, then looked at Ito and asked. "I'm going to destroy their battleships," Ito said. Jean Grey's eyes flashed red and looked into the distance, as if she had clairvoyance and X-ray vision. Dozens of battleships many kilometers away from her came into her sight. "The number looks a bit high, don't you need me to help you?" Jean Grey asked. "No need, just some small fries. I can clean them up quickly." Ito smiled. "Okay, see you later." Jean Grey nodded and said. Remember to be careful," Ito said. "You too." Jean Grey smiled charmingly at Ito, then her body turned into a flame-like stream of particles and shot toward the nearest satellite at a speed comparable to the speed of light. Ito, who was watching Jean Grey leave, smiled faintly. His figure flashed, and he also left. Immediately afterward, on the orbit of planet Yen and the surface of the 8 orbiting satellites, blazing lights and explosions appeared silently, representing the destruction of the battleships of the remaining guards on planet Yen and the destruction of the satellite military base is also a sign. The people of Orion Emperor on planet Yen announced. The last defense force of planet Yen completely collapsed. Then Ito and Jean Grey, who finished all this, reunited and flew into the space. Above planet Yen. It's a pity that I didn't bring Tun Mei out of the Marvel world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work so hard at this time. I can just release Tun Mei and it won't take long for Orion constellation to disappear from the galaxy. Looking at the scene of war in front of him, Ito sighed with some regret. Of course, he also understands that this is just a fantasy. With Tun Mei's kind mind that would rather be short and evil than devour the Earth, it is basically impossible for her to devour other alien civilizations without any reason. Therefore, even if he really made up his mind to bring Tun Mei out of the Marvel world, it is not necessarily useful at this time. On the contrary, it may be self-defeating and make Tun Mei's impression of him drop. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? At this time, Jean Grey, who also saw the situation on the planet, said hesitantly. although her consciousness merged with another dark personality split from herself because she devoured the Black Phoenix, and her personality changed a little, becoming belligerent and demonic, but it does not mean that her kind heart has disappeared. She is still herself, the once kind ex-war police Jean Grey, so when facing certain things, she still has feelings of pity and sympathy. For example, now. It was just that it wasn't as strong as before. Now, they were facing another alien race that had nothing to do with the humans on Earth. This kind of sympathy and pity was even less. But out of human nature, Jean Grey couldn't help but speak up to persuade him. I don't want to be so ruthless. But Orion Planet is too powerful. Before we provoked them, they already wanted to destroy the Earth, not to mention that we are retaliating against them now. If we leave too much power behind, it's hard to believe that they won't retaliate against us afterwards. Ito sighed helplessly. Chapter 2250. And in order to make it easier for Jean Grey to accept, Ito told her about what Orion Empire had done to the Earthlings. And along with his narration, the dark side of the Phoenix emerged in Jean Grey's heart once again. The coldness in her eyes grew stronger, and the might on her body grew stronger. Gradually, the surrounding air even formed a red image of a flaming phoenix spreading its wings and flying high behind her. Obviously, Jean Grey was angry. If you still feel a little uncomfortable, I'll send you back first. I'll look for you after the matter here is over, Ito said. No need. I want to stay here, Jean Grey said firmly. Okay then. Be careful. I'll continue to clean up the planet, Ito said. Jean Grey nodded. Then, after receiving a response, Ito's figure flashed and disappeared. He appeared in another place and continued to attack the ground with the rainbow cannon and other powerful mass and energy weapons. Boom, 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 boom. After cutting off Orion Empire's escape route, Ito, his shadow clones, and the tens of thousands of soldiers he summoned, it didn't take long for them to destroy the planet. All the Orion Empire soldiers and individual aircrafts on planet Yen that could fight were killed and destroyed one after another. The planet's surface was plowed and the ecological balance of the planet was forcibly broken, creating all kinds of terrifying disasters and making the entire planet unfavorable. But the planet was too big after all. Even though Ito had spent a lot of effort to destroy it, there were still many places on the planet that could be used for human habitation. It didn't become a dead planet like the previous one. But Ito didn't care about all this anymore. This was because he had stayed on this planet for long enough. Who knew when the fleet from the nearby planets would arrive? Therefore, Ito had basically destroyed the planet's ecological balance, ensuring that the planet would not be able to support people for a long time, and all the internal military and civilian facilities had been destroyed. Then, he recalled all the shadow clones and returned the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers to the Rubik's Cube world. He set down a monstrous fire and burned the corpses and equipment of all the soldiers who died on the planet into nothingness. Then, he flew out of the planet with Jean Grey, who had been coldly looking at the scene before her. He summoned a small aircraft and flew toward Orion Empire's main planet, Orion Emperor Planet. In the flash of light, the aircraft disappeared into the universe in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, the moment after they left by aircraft, a large number of Orion Empire's support fleet appeared. In the vicinity of planet Yen's universe, I'm heading rapidly. #Star Yen flew over. Ito, who had switched the spaceship to autopilot, turned to look at Jean Grey and asked with concern, "How is it? Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine." Jean Grey let out a long sigh and shook her head. "That's good." Ito relaxed. "This is the war between civilizations. It's cruel and tragic. Only one side can be the winner." Then, Ito changed the topic and continued. "I understand. Don't forget. I'm a mutated human. Jean Greeley glanced at Saito and said softly, "The war between civilizations was really similar to the war between mutated humans and ordinary humans. It was always one side trying to destroy the other. The only difference was, mutated humans and ordinary humans were both humans. Civilizations were two different races." Saito shrugged and didn't speak. "The battle this time consumed a lot of energy. I need to rest to recover. Are you going to stay here or go home? Or go home over there?" After a pause, Itose asked again. "Send me back." Jean Greeley thought about it and replied, "Good. See you later." Saito smiled. Jean Greeley rolled her eyes at Saito. Because Saito was right. See you later. After all, his shadow clone was in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Saito sent Jean Greeley back to the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he sat in the pilot's seat again. He reached out and pressed the small button on the chair. The back of the chair immediately and slowly lowered, forming a reclining chair with a huge obtuse angle. Then, Saito lay down, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and slowly entered a meditative state to recover his energy. As Saito breathed in and out, a faint light emerged from his body, illuminating the dim cockpit. While Saito was meditating to recover his energy, the spacecraft operating under the autopilot program also quickly flew toward Orion Emperor planet according to the program he set. From time to time, it jumped out of the subspace, jumped in, opened wormholes, and jumped, until an unknown amount of time passed. On this day, a series of beep 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 suddenly sounded in the quiet cockpit. Saito, who was awakened from his meditative state, frowned slightly. He reached out and pressed a button beside the chair. Then, he sat up with the support of the back of the chair, opened his eyes, and looked at the instrument in front of him. "Have we arrived?" Saito murmured to himself. The instrument and optical screen in front of him showed nothing else but the huge sky-blue planet Orion Emperor planet that looked similar to Earth but was many times larger in size. Hashtag just like Planet Yen, there were several planetary satellites of different sizes around it, but there were no planetary rings. Instead, thousands or even tens of thousands of ferocious-looking battleships floated around the equator in the middle of Orion Emperor planet like a wide metal belt. They shone faintly against the brilliance of the planet, exuding an oppressive aura and pressure. Itose, who saw this scene, was shocked. He put away the small aircraft that was hovering in the space in a state of quantum invisibility and appeared in the universe alone. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward Orion Emperor planet at high speed. However, just like the powerful defense displayed by the battleships around Orion Emperor planet, the detection system around Orion Emperor planet was also very dense. Before Saito could fly half the distance, hundreds of small spacecraft flew toward Saito like a swarm of locusts. Saito was not in the mood to pay attention to these small fries. His figure flashed and escaped the targeting of the spacecraft. Then, like a bird, he led the pursuing spacecraft and continued to rush toward the battleship. At this time, the Orion Empire battleships flashed again and released hundreds of spacecraft to meet Saito. Together with the previous spacecraft, they attacked Saito from both sides. A series of energy beams flew out, shooting towards Itose like rain. Saito used his advantage of being a small target, combined with the convenience of telekinesis and flight, to dodge the energy beams like a fish in water. He then passed through the intercepting spacecraft again, turning them into his pursuers. After that, the Orion Empire battleships went all out. They released another 100-person flying formation to meet Saito. But this time, they did not attack directly. Instead, they directly shot an energy beam at the nearby spacecraft, connecting them to weave a huge net of energy light that could cover several kilometers in radius. The net was extremely thin and was about to envelop Saito. And as if they had received instructions, The pursuing spacecraft formation also used the same method to weave a huge net of energy light in the universe. Seeing this, Saito smiled coldly. His figure flashed, and he directly used instant transmission to escape from the interception of the light net. He continued to fly toward the Orion Empire battleship. At this time, after 3 waves of pursuit and interception, Saito was not far away from the Orion Empire battleship. If he wanted to use lightning escape, he could even fly to the front of the Orion Empire battleships in an instant. But at this moment, a new interception crew appeared. However, unlike the previous aircraft formation that consisted of hundreds of people, this time there was only one person chasing after him. But there were dozens of slender and strong energy launchers around him, similar to the dragon cavalry that Ito-sei had seen. They were like a bunch of satellites rotating around his body in a strange pattern and order. Seeing this, how could Saito not understand? After the enemy realized that ordinary methods could not stop him, they sent out one of their trump cards, a master-level spiritual energy cultivator. Seeing this, Saito slowly stopped, waiting for the enemy's master to arrive. During this process, the opponent seemed to have great confidence in his master. He didn't order the spacecrafts behind him to attack again. Instead, he continued to pull the big energy net, covering the space where Ito-sei and his master were, forming a square area with a length, width, and height of several kilometers for the two of them to fight. In a moment, the Orion Empire's master flew in front of Saito and stopped about 200 meters away from him. "Earthling, say your name," the man said softly with his mind power. His tone was very arrogant, as if it was an honor to have someone register for him. "Before you let someone register for you, shouldn't you also tell me your name?" Saito raised his eyebrows and said softly. "I'm Master Wagner Mullum," the master said proudly. "Wagner Mullum, what a long name. I'll call you Mullum." Saito smacked his lips and chuckled. Then, without waiting for Mullum, who was surrounded by dark blue smoke, to speak, he said, "You can call me Chen." "Very well, I'll remember your name. I will use the cruelest means to deal with you as the price for entertaining a master," Mullum said coldly, his voice full of anger. Chapter 2251. P.S. Thank you to AK56 for your precious monthly vote. After Lam finished speaking, he didn't make any special movements, but the dragon cavalry floating around him immediately spread out and floated around Saito like a black shadow. Then, with the fastest speed, they shot out small but extremely powerful quantum energy beams at Saito. In an instant, the light beams weaved into a crisscrossing three-dimensional light net, enveloping Saito. Saito's figure moved, using instant transmission to dodge the light beam, and appeared in front of Lam. He stretched out his right hand, and a stream of light instantly shot out from his hand, flying in front of Lam in the blink of an eye. Lam was startled when he sensed the murderous aura. His figure disappeared from the void in a flash. In the next second, the dragon cavalry that was flying around also disappeared into the void. Saito raised his eyebrows in surprise, and released his divine sense to search the surroundings. But then, a huge energy beam that was as thick as an adult's thigh suddenly shot out from the void very close to Saito, accurately bombarding his body. The light exploded, and Saito's body was immediately blown away from the light formed by the explosion of energy. Then, more and more small light beams shot out from the void, and shot at Saito's body like rain. It was as if they were really going to kill Saito with their own word. Saito, who was in pain from the continuous quantum energy attacks, frowned, and compressed his psychokinesis to the limit and took shape. First, it formed a thin film around Saito's body, blocking the energy beams that were constantly shooting at him. Then, like an inflated balloon, it suddenly expanded, forming a spherical psychokinesis shield. It protected Saito. Then, Ito poured the power in his body into his eyes. He scanned his surroundings with his spirit eyes. Soon, the mirage-like figures of Ram and the many dragon cavalrymen appeared in his eyes again. A high-dimensional attack. No wonder I couldn't detect it at the start, Ito said to himself with a sneer. Then, the aura around his body changed, and his aura became profound and profound. Then, in the next moment, he disappeared from the universe as well. In another dimension, Ito, who had reappeared, was still 100 meters away from Lamui. How did you enter this dimension? Lam asked in astonishment. Why can't I enter? Ito asked with a faint smile. Because this is the void dimension that only masters and high-dimensional life forms can survive in. Ram said in a deep voice. Ito sneered. It's just a divinity's domain. I've already broken it. But then again, I do have to thank you. If you hadn't personally used this move in front of me, I might not have been able to grasp the method to enter here. How is that possible? Ram's voice was full of disbelief. In the eyes of high-dimensional life forms like them, the Earth's life forms in the three-dimensional world were a group of inferior life forms that had not evolved. They would rather believe that there were mutated humans among the Earth's race than believe that there were creatures comparable to masters among the inferior Earthlings. Moreover, they were creatures that could grasp the secret techniques of masters through ordinary observation. This could be said to be the common problem of most high-dimensional life forms. Nothing is impossible. Ito sneered. After saying that, the aura around him changed again, and he instantly disappeared from Ram's eyes. Then, Ram felt his body tighten. A heavy pressure that he could not bear suddenly descended on his body, causing his body to be compressed toward the center as if it was being squeezed by something. No! Lam screamed in fear and tried his best to struggle. But it was useless, and it didn't take long. The blue clouds around his body suddenly burst apart, revealing the charred body unique to Orion. Then his whole body suddenly shattered like a biscuit. It turned into a pile of powder and collapsed in all directions. In another void dimension, Ito, who seemed to have done something trivial, rubbed his fingers in boredom, and got rid of the fine dust on them. After that, Ito-sei turned around and stretched out his hand. The many spacecrafts of the Orion Empire that were still in the four-dimensional space were sucked into Ito-sei's hand like a pile of children's toys. With a squeeze, all the spacecrafts exploded. Just like Master Lamu, they turned into a pile of debris and drifted away. This kind of high-dimensional crushing low-dimensional method is really overbearing. Ito, who spread out his palm and threw away the debris of the aircraft in his palm, sighed in a low voice. It seems that the combat power of the guys who can be called masters in the universe really can't be underestimated. This is especially true for those famous literary life forms who were born in a higher dimension. They have too great of an advantage. Then, Ito stepped forward and walked directly towards Orion Empire's Orion Emperor planet in the void dimension. Due to the huge difference between dimensions, it didn't take long for Ito to arrive above the many Orion Empire battleships anchored in the orbit of Orion Emperor planet. But at this moment, a strange shock wave suddenly penetrated the dimensional boundary between Ito and the Orion battleships, and exploded in the dimension where Ito was located and below, forcibly ejecting Ito from the high-dimensional world. Obviously, Orion Empire also had corresponding defensive measures against this kind of master secret skill that used high-dimensional methods to crush low-dimensional lifeforms. Otherwise, how could they dominate the universe of the North area? After all, Orion Empire was not the only Level 3 civilization in this area of the northern part of the galaxy. Naturally, not all the masters that appeared were from Orion Empire. If they couldn't even deal with this kind of secret skill, Orion Empire would have been destroyed many times over. For example, the neighbors of Sirius, who had been oppressed by them, were also a Level 3 civilization. They believed that they would be happy to let the masters from their planet walk around Orion Emperor Planet a few times. The next moment, a large number of energy beams flew over and instantly enveloped Sei-Ito. Then, a dazzling energy light cluster emerged. It illuminated the dark universe near Orion Emperor Planet. But the battleships attacking Sei-Ito were only a small part of the total number of battleships guarding Orion Emperor Planet. Most of the battleships did not participate in the attack on Sei-Ito. Instead, as if they had gone mad, they randomly launched energy attacks into other universes, densely covering the space where the battleships were located. It was an extremely dense level. Even if Sei-Ito dodged the first wave of attacks, he would still be hit by the subsequent scattered attack. And the result was indeed so. The moment Sei-Ito was forced to eject from the high-dimensional space and use his space teleportation ability to avoid the concentrated attacks, a powerful battleship's secondary artillery attack blasted Sei-Ito, who had just jumped out of the air, completely drowning him in a sea of plasma energy. Suddenly, Sei-Ito felt a sharp pain all over his body. A large number of red marks similar to those that would appear under high temperature appeared on his skin, making him look like a cooked shrimp. Sei-Ito, who was furious, released the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. He put on the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, then spread out the wings on his back. The moment the energy beam exploded, he turned into a red light and rushed towards the battleships below. Almost instantly, Sei-Ito landed on the deck of one of the battleships. Immediately afterward, all the divine power in his body gushed out and instilled into his own domain, unfolding the largest cosmic domain he had ever displayed so far. In an instant, a dark shock wave spread out from Sei-Ito's body. Like a stream of light, it quickly crossed the cosmic space with a radius of thousands of kilometers and transformed into a new cosmic region, enveloping all the garrison battleships of the Orion Empire in this region with a diameter of nearly 10,000 kilometers. Looking from the outside universe, it was as if a large empty space had suddenly appeared in the middle of Orion Imperial Planet's defending army. The orbit of Orion Imperial Planet was directly exposed in front of everyone. Then, Sei-Ito, who was in the domain, created a huge planet with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers out of thin air with a thought. It turned into an exaggerated meteor shower and shot towards the battleships in the domain at a speed comparable to that of a real meteor. Facing this exaggerated attack that had never been seen before. Although the soldiers of the Orion Empire were shocked, they did not panic and immediately operated the battleships as usual. They launched attacks at the huge meteors in a free-diffusing manner. In an instant, dense energy beams appeared in the domain and collided with the many huge meteors. Boom! A huge explosion immediately reverberated throughout the entire domain. The huge meteors that were hit exploded into gravel of different sizes and were propelled in all directions by the impact of the explosion. But at this time, Sei-Ito suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed. The gravel that was flying in all directions suddenly spun and evolved into a gravel nebula vortex, which once again rushed towards the Orion Empire's battleships. At the same time, a new huge meteor appeared out of thin air, following closely behind the gravel nebula vortex and continued to rush towards the Orion Empire's battleship. The Orion Empire's battleships slightly changed their formation and split into 3 echelons, firing at the gravel nebula vortex in a thrusting manner. But this time, the effect was not as obvious as the previous concentrated fire. Under the high-speed rotation of the vortex, all the incoming attacks were twisted and weakened, and finally dissipated in the cosmic domain after shattering dozens of gravel. But fortunately, the Orion Empire's firing speed was fast enough, and their rhythm was steady without panic. So, under the continuous bombardment, the Orion Empire's battleships finally broke up the gravel nebula vortex, and it failed when it was about to hit them. Then, a new huge meteor once again appeared in front of the Orion Empire's battleship. The Orion Empire's formation remained unchanged and continued to attack in a step-by-step manner. In this way, Sei-to and the Orion Empire's battleships entered an irrepressible stalemate. But as time went by, more and more huge meteors came one after another, and the gravel nebula vortex continued to emerge. In the end, the Orion Empire could no longer eliminate all the threat. In the end, the continuous huge meteors and the gravel nebula vortex hit their hull. Boom, boom, boom. Under the joint attack of the huge meteors larger than the battleships and the gravel nebula vortex that contained the profound meaning of the stardust vortex, the defensive shield of the Orion Empire's battleships was instantly torn apart by the explosive energy. The hull cracked, broke, and exploded, turning into piles of broken wreckage that floated in the cosmic domain. Then, with a thought from Sei-to, the purple-blue Tuta divine flame emerged out of thin air, wrapped around the wreckage of the battleships floating in the domain, and burned them into nothingness. Then, with another thought from Sei-to, he turned the huge domain, which was the size of a small Earth, into a Tautai behemoth. With his mind, he controlled the Tautai behemoth to rush to another group of garrison battleships floating outside Orion's imperial planet. Then, he shrank a part of the domain into the mouth of a Tautai and swallowed the other group of garrison battleships into the domain. Then, he did the same thing, bombarding the Orion Empire's battleships with a dense barrage of planetary attack. Then came the third batch, the fourth batch, the fifth batch. It was not until almost an hour later that Sei-to wiped out all the garrison battleships guarding Orion's imperial planet and the reinforcements that kept rushing out of Orion's imperial planet. Only a bare Orion's imperial planet remained in front of him. However, at this time, Sei-to did not directly rush into the planet to attack Orion's imperial planet. Instead, he returned to the Rubik's Cube world in a flash to recover his energy. Although he was having a good time swallowing and smashing people with a domain the size of Earth, the consumption of energy was extremely shocking. Even with the vigorous energy in his body, the high-intensity battle of more than an hour had almost exhausted his energy. He had to take a good rest to recover. Otherwise, in his current state, he would directly rush into the Orion Emperor star, which he did not know what was going on inside. It was not impossible for him to be trapped there. After all, Orion's imperial planet was the political, cultural, and economic center of Orion Empire. Who knew how many masters and venerables there were inside? Therefore, whether it was for his own safety or for the sake of the planet's destruction later, he needed to adjust himself to the peak state to deal with all kinds of troubles and accidents that he might encounter later. Under Sei-to's full recovery, an entire Orion day passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until the morning of the second day that Sei-to's figure reappeared in the space outside Orion's imperial planet. He leaned forward slightly and slowly descended towards Orion's imperial planet at a very slow speed. Chapter 2252. P.S. Thank you to Red Knight for your precious monthly votes. Who, after a few minutes of flight, Sei-to finally broke through the obstruction of Orion Emperor Planet's atmosphere and entered the interior of Orion Emperor Planet. However, the scene of soldiers surrounding the planet and the effects of various high-tech weapons did not appear. The interior of Orion Imperial Planet was still bright and sunny. It looked just like any other ordinary planet on Earth. There was no sign of global martial law, nor were there any deserted streets. Everything was as it should be. But at this moment, with the appearance of several ripples, several master-level Orion Masters and one or two other master-level non-Orion Masters appeared beside Sei-to, faintly surrounding him. His Majesty the Emperor wants to see you. Then, one of the Orion Masters sent his thoughts over with psychic force. Lead the way. Sei-to also replied with psychic force. Come with us. The Orion Master said. Then all the master-level characters moved in unison, as if they were escorting a prisoner, faintly oppressing Sei Ito as they flew forward. 10 minutes later, the Orion Masters and Sei Ito jumped out of a small space acceleration channel and arrived at the core of Orion Empire, in front of the Orion Palace. Then, the Orion Masters escorted Sei Ito and flew down, landing on the ground in front of the palace gate, and walked into the palace on foot. Under the guidance of the master who seemed to be the leader, Sei Ito passed through several corridors and gardens with alien beauty, and finally stopped at a towering building. They stopped in front of a huge palace with a golden surface that faintly showed the momentum of reaching the sky. "You guys keep an eye on him." The leader of the Orion Masters turned his head and ordered several other masters. Then, he ignored their reactions. Then, he walked straight into the palace in front of him. After a few minutes, he walked out again and said to Sei Ito and the other Orion Masters, "Come in, His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for us." The surrounding masters of the Hunter Empire trembled and forced Sei Ito into the palace. This was an extremely spacious palace. At first glance, it was nearly the size of a regular football. There was no support or unnecessary furnishings inside. There was only a high platform with dozens of stairs at the innermost part of the hall. An Orion, whose energy smoke was deeper than that of an ordinary Orion, was sitting on the high platform. The back of the chair was ridiculously long. On the golden chair that seemed to lead directly to the hall, a pair of dark blue eyes stared at Itosei, who was escorted into the hall by many masters, with no fluctuation in his expression. "Your Majesty!" The masters of the Hunter Empire, who came to the hall and stood still, bowed their heads and saluted in unison. "I'll give you a chance. Swear allegiance to me and sign a psionic contract. I can forgive all your crimes." The Orion Emperor's voice was full of majesty. As expected of the Emperor of the Orion Empire. "You're really courageous, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in living on an alien planet," Sei Ito said with a look of admiration. His admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Not every emperor could do what the Orion Emperor did. For the sake of talents, he could directly ignore everything that the other party had done to his country before, as well as the complaints that might be caused by it. "I can allow you to guard Earth." The Orion Emperor was not angry and said again, "You seem to have forgotten something. Earth is not yet a planet under your control." Sei Ito said softly, "As long as you agree, Earth will become a member of my empire," the Orion Emperor stated. Although his tone was flat, there was no fluctuation. But the pride and confidence hidden in it could be felt by anyone. "I'm not interested in being a traitor to Earth." Sei Ito grinned. He chuckled. The Orion Emperor did not speak, but looked directly at Sei Ito with a gaze that did not contain the slightest trace of purity. Sei Ito did not dodge. His gaze was flat and unwavering as he looked at him. Until a moment later. "Then, you can atone for the crimes you've committed," the Orion Emperor judged in a soft voice. The moment his words fell, two black shadows suddenly flew out from the shadows of the two masters on the ground. They appeared beside Sei Ito, one on the left and one on the right. The energy light swords in their hands swung and slashed at Sei Ito's neck and waist respectively. At the same time, the surrounding masters released their psionic powers and intersected with each other to form a psionic space, separating the space where Sei Ito and the two shadow warriors were from the surrounding space, cutting off the possibility of Sei Ito using instant transmission to dodge. Almost instantly, Sei Ito fell into a dangerous situation where he could not escape. However, Sei Ito, who was in a dangerous situation, did not change his expression. He spread out his psychokinesis and formed an invisible armor around his body. At the same time, he kicked sideways and punched the two shadow warriors. Whoosh! But to Sei Ito's surprise, his punches and kicks seemed to hit a cloud. They instantly passed through the bodies of the two shadow warriors and landed in the air. Not only did he fail to send the two shadow warriors flying, But he also lost his last chance to dodge, and was slashed by the plasma light swords in the hands of the Shadow Warriors. Boom! His psychokinesis vibrated, and Sei-Ito could not help but frown. However, Ito-sei wasn't discouraged at all. With a flick of his fingers, 2 wisps of fluttering purple-blue flames that seemed like they could be extinguished at any time were ejected by Ito-sei. The flames landed on the smoke-like bodies of the 2 black Shadow Warriors, and then, as if they had encountered an open flame, they burst into flames with a whoosh. Ah! The 2 Shadow Warriors screamed and staggered away from Sei-Ito. But the Hunter Emperor and the Hunter Empire's masters all frowned when they saw the miserable state of the Shadow Warriors. After that, knowing that their power could not do anything to the flames on their bodies, the Shadow Warriors hardened their hearts and directly turned into black energy smoke chains, entangling Sei-Ito's body, ready to perish together with him. But this method was also useless. Sei-Ito's psychokinesis barrier that he did not retract after casting it, then the Shadow Warriors unwillingly turned into nothingness under the burning of the purple-blue Tusita flames. Of course, as the price to pay for taking on the purple-blue Tusita flames head-on, Sei-Ito's psychokinesis was also consumed, but compared to the total amount of psyche he has, it was not even a drop in the ocean, so this price was negligible. After finishing off the Shadow Warriors, Sei-Ito stretched out his hand and pointed forward. The purple-blue Tusita flames that permeated the surroundings immediately condensed into a purple-blue flame projectile, shooting towards a nearby Hunter Empire's master like a lightning bolt. It hit the psionic barrier released by the master and burned fiercely again. Feeling the rapid consumption of their psionic power, the master's expression changed. He quickly cut off the connection between himself and the psionic power attached to the purple-blue Tusita flames, then dodged without hesitation. In this way, the psionic space that was originally used to imprison Sei-Ito was immediately broken, allowing Sei-Ito to regain his freedom. Then Sei-Ito flicked his fingers and shot 5 different colored lightning bolts at the masters who also dodged outside. The lightning bolts cut through the space and instantly flew in front of the 5 Hunter Empire's masters, colliding with the psionic barrier they hastily erected. Boom! At this time, Sei-Ito waved his hand, and the purple-blue Tusita flames, which suddenly became more powerful, immediately split into 5 purple-blue streams of light of the same size. They quickly flew towards the 5 Orion Empire's masters who were hit by the innate 5 elements lightning. Be careful! The other masters who have seen the power of the purple-blue Tusita flames immediately warned loudly. But they were still a step too late. The 5 purple-blue streams of light were about to hit the Orion Empire's masters who were paralyzed for a moment by the innate 5 elements lightning. However, at this moment, the purple-blue Tusita flames suddenly stopped flying. Then, as if imprisoned by some kind of power, they quickly turned into a ball the size of a glass bead and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, a ball the size of a tennis ball appeared in the palm of the Orion Emperor. The purple-blue Tusita flames that were still churning were sealed inside it like a decoration. "Thank you for saving us, Your Majesty." The 5 Orion Empire's masters who escaped the disaster quickly bowed respectfully. Very interesting power. It reminds me of the power of the high-dimensional evolved life forms on some barbaric civilized planets called gods by the local native. The Orion Emperor, who ignored the Orion Empire's masters, said lightly, "Is this what you're counting on?" Then, the Orion Emperor looked up at Sei-Ito again and said, "Maybe." Sei-Ito shrugged indifferently. "But I didn't expect your cultivation to be so high, far beyond the so-called masters. Are you a venerable?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Orion Empire's masters in the hall changed, and they all looked at the Orion Emperor with shock. Obviously, even for them, this was the first time they heard of the true strength of the Orion Emperor. "Are you still going to resist?" The Orion Emperor neither confirmed nor denied Sei-Ito's guess, but he continued to ask expressionlessly. As I said before, I'm not interested in the local traders. Seito smiled. Unfortunately, it's rare to meet a mutant evolver like you who makes me feel a little interested. Emperor Orion tossed his palm, and the crystal ball sealed with the purple-green Tusita divine flame in his hand floated high into the air. It hovered more than 100 meters above the ground as he spoke in a soft voice. But I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you guys who are dry and burned by fire. Seito grinned, revealing his white teeth. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed, becoming cold and austere. Chapter 2253. I hope you'll still be in the mood to spout nonsense later, Emperor Orion said softly. I think I will. Seito smiled. Then, without Emperor Orion making any moves, dozens of psionic light beams emerged from his body out of thin air and instantly pierced into Seito's body. Puff! Immediately, Seito's body trembled, and drops of golden blood flowed out from the wounds created by the psionic light. Dimensional attack. Seito, who instantly understood Emperor Orion's attack method, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Then, the chaotic lightning flashed around his body and forcibly dispersed the numerous psionic light beams that pierced into his body. Boom! The lightning and psionic light turned into tiny energy particles and drifted in the hall. Then, Seito's mind moved as well. A thick thunderbolt as thick as a human body, with a gray interior and a red, white, gold, black, and green intertwined on the outside, suddenly emerged an inch above Emperor Orion's head and blasted toward him in the same way. Boom! An intense light emerged and enveloped Emperor Orion in it. Your Majesty! The Orion Masters exclaimed. But before their voices fell, an invisible shock wave suddenly fell on Seito's body like an invisible sledgehammer, slamming into his mind. In an instant, Seito felt his consciousness tremble and become blurred. At the same time, a sharp pain like needles appeared, causing him to frown uncontrollably. However, the attack was not over yet. The next moment, 4 flat psionic light blades that looked like energy lightsabers appeared next to Seito. They slashed left and right, hitting Seito's shoulders and the roots of his thighs. Puff! Crack! The psionic light blades cut through Seito's tough skin. It was deeply embedded in Seito's bones, the hardest part of his body. Itsunari groaned, and his body swayed as he half knelt on the ground. Seito knew that he couldn't go on like this. Thus, he hardened his heart and bit the soft flesh on the tip of his tongue, using the intense pain to stimulate the power of his soul to quickly condense. Then, he operated the dimensional jumping secret technique that he had stolen from Master Lam, allowing a portion of his soul to manifest in the void dimension. In an instant, a Seito appeared in the void dimension. His body was translucent like glass, and his body was still emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Emperor Orion, who had reappeared from the lightning, paused. He let out a low moan filled with surprise. Seito, who couldn't guess Emperor Orion's thoughts and didn't have the heart to care about what he was thinking, once again used his body as a carrier to erupt a powerful chaotic thunderbolt, shattering the psionic power deeply embedded in his limbs and bones. Then, he operated the power of his soul and created a large thunderstorm in the void dimension, launching a counterattack against Emperor Orion. However, before these thunderstorms could jump out of the void dimension, a powerful shockwave that swept away everything spread out in the void dimension, washing away all the thunderstorms in the sky. The primordial spirit, Ito-sei, frowned and used his spirit eyes to search the empty dimensional space. Soon, in a higher dimension, Seito found Emperor Orion's figure in the void. Seeing this, Seito's soul did not hesitate. He operated his aura and entered a higher void dimension, appearing around his body, emitting a psionic brilliance. His body seemed to have merged with the entire void dimension. It was unclear whether his current state of existence was his soul or something else in front of Emperor Orion. I didn't expect you to be able to enter here, Emperor Orion said with some surprise as he looked at Sei Ito's soul that suddenly appeared. I didn't expect you to appear in this space either. Is this the embodiment of the strength of a venerable? Sei Ito said as he looked up and down at Emperor Orion's strange clone. Yes. Perhaps Sei Ito's performance had attracted enough attention from Emperor Orion. Emperor Orion, who thought that Sei Ito was qualified to talk to him on an equal footing, unexpectedly answered Sei Ito's question. But just because you can enter here doesn't mean everything. Let me see. Are you worthy of my full strength to deal with you? Then Emperor Orion said softly. Sei Ito did not argue when he heard this. He pointed with one hand and hundreds of lightning bolts shot toward Emperor Orion like arrows. Emperor Orion's body did not move, but rows of pill-sized glass balls appeared in front of him out of thin air. Then, he reached out and pointed at one of the balls. The lightning bolts that flew toward him quickly dissipated in a ripple, leaving not even a single spark behind. Sei Ito frowned when he saw this and looked at the rows of small beads in front of Emperor Orion. Under his gaze, countless figures of himself and Emperor Orion came into his sight. One after another, like a coherent movie, they reproduced the scene when he fired the lightning bolts just now. Time dimension? Sei Ito said softly. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered. At this time, Emperor Orion did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he looked at Sei Ito with interest, wanting to see what he could do. But soon Emperor Orion's expression changed. At this moment, with an invisible force spreading from Sei Ito's soul, one after another, beads like the one in front of Emperor Orion appeared in front of Sei Ito. They gradually split into several branches, like a big tree with countless branches standing in front of Sei Ito. Obviously, Sei Ito not only comprehended the application of dimensional space, but also derived a more powerful part from this foundation, or a part that Emperor Orion did not show. Then, Sei Ito opened his eyes again and smiled at Emperor Orion, who had a dignified expression on his face. Sixth dimension. I admit that I underestimated you a little. Emperor Orion no longer referred to himself as Emperor at this time, but directly referred to himself as I. As his words fell, the time beads in front of him and Sei Ito exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of space dust and drifting away. Then, Sei Ito found that when he tried to condense the timeline of himself and Emperor Orion again, he could not succeed. Obviously, Emperor Orion used some kind of secret method to shield himself from the timeline. Then, the void in front of Emperor Orion moved again, and another row of time beads appeared, but this time, only Sei Ito's timeline appeared. Emperor Orion stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the time beads. Immediately, a white cloud of psionic power spread out from the time bead, turning into a big hand, and grabbed Sei Ito in the time bead. In this regard, Sei Ito naturally would not let Emperor Orion's attack happen. With a wave of his arm, Sei Ito's own timeline also appeared in front of him. He picked out the time when the timeline was changing and was about to split into time bead. With a flick of his finger, an invisible shock wave vibrated out, instantly dispersing Emperor Orion's attack. Then, with a grab of his finger, a white cloud of psionic power was pulled out from the timeline by Sei Ito and imprisoned in his hand. Then, Sei Ito's mind turned quickly, and he injected the power of space-time chaos into his own timeline bead. In an instant, there was a shattering sound, and the timeline that belonged to Sei Ito in front of Sei Ito and Emperor Orion completely shattered. Because of the existence of the time turbulence, it could no longer be extracted by Emperor Orion. Emperor Orion, who discovered this, frowned, and the aura around him became solemn. But at this time, Sei Ito was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Instead, he concentrated on manipulating the psionic power that belonged to Emperor Orion in his hand. At this time, Sei-Ito's spiritual sense moved, and an extremely thin spiritual sense needle was formed in the void. Like a sculpture, it quickly pierced through the psionic power he restrained. It did not take long for the Taoist cloud-patterned golden seals and runes to be engraved in the psionic power, creating a Taoist magic tool with this psionic power. Then, Sei-Ito raised his hand and threw out the psionic power that had turned into a Taoist magic tool. It then turned into a stream of light and flew in front of Emperor Orion. At the moment when he subconsciously resisted with his psionic power, it entered his body and quickly swam in his energy body. Emperor Orion, who did not expect to encounter such a thing at all, had a change of expression. He immediately wrapped the psionic power in his body, which had the same aura but carried a strange feeling, and forced it to flow into his arm. But at this moment, Sei-Ito shouted in a low voice, and a muffled explosion immediately came from Emperor Orion's arm. Explode! Boom! The energy burst out, instantly blowing Emperor Orion's arm into a pile of fine energy particles. Affected by Orion Emperor in the dimensional space, Orion Emperor, who was using Orion's military fighting technique to fight Ito-sei in the Imperial Palace of Orion Emperor Planet, suddenly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blue blood. Seeing a rare opportunity, Sei-Ito immediately stepped on Emperor Orion's instep, stretched out his hands, and slammed his palms heavily on Emperor Orion's chest. Bang! Energy visible to the naked eye erupted from Emperor Orion's body, dissipating the smoke cloud outside his body, revealing his charred body. Emperor Orion, who was hit again, trembled again, and spat out another mouthful of smoke-like blue blood. But unlike last time, Emperor Orion, who had recovered from his shock, directly used the blood as a weapon, directing his psionic power at Sei-Ito's face. Sei-Ito, who was caught off guard, immediately used a heavy move and retreated with a muffled groan. Chapter 2254. One was an external division of the power of the primordial spirit. Most of the power of the rules could not be used, so he could only rely on his martial arts foundation to fight. The other was an external manifestation of spiritual energy. Psionic energy could not be used at all, so he could only rely on the secret techniques of the Orion Empire to attack. The two could be said to be evenly matched, and the fight was very exciting. In addition, Emperor Orion's identity was enough. In order to give him face, even if the masters around him knew that as long as they rushed up, they would be able to take down Ito-sei. The masters next to him did not dare to attack. They could only watch their emperor and the enemy play a game of flesh and blood. On the other side, in the high-dimensional world, Sei-Ito's primordial spirit and Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation were also evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. But overall, Sei-Ito still had a slight advantage. After all, although Sei-Ito's primordial spirit was connected to his body, due to the uniqueness of immortal cultivation, it was not as closely connected to his body as the psionic manifestation. Even if it was divided into two, when one side was attacked, the other side would more or less be attacked. Therefore, under the continuous attacks of Ito-sei's primordial spirit and Ito-sei himself, whether it was Emperor Orion's spiritual manifestation or his real body, he couldn't help but be injured. He looked a little miserable. Knowing that this could not go on, Orion Emperor's mind moved. A huge blue diamond-shaped crystal, about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide in the middle suddenly appeared behind Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation. It emitted a boundless light and a powerful psionic aura, rushing towards Sei-Ito's primordial spirit like a tsunami. At the same time, in the surge of the majestic psionic energy, the dimensional space shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. The ripples also rushed towards Sei-Ito along with the energy. In an instant, Ito-Seinari felt his primordial spirit tremble, as if it had suffered a great impact. He also felt a spatial repulsive force gushing out from all directions, squeezing his body, as if it was trying to forcibly expel him from the dimensional space. Of course, the energy released by the blue diamond-shaped crystal summoned by Orion Emperor was not the only effect. Some of the energy rushed out of the dimensional space and poured into Orion Emperor's body in the four-dimensional space in a mysterious way, replenishing the psionic power in his body. Then, the intensity of Orion Emperor's attack in the four-dimensional space changed. A fist full of psionic energy hit Seito's arm hard. Bang! Immediately after, the psionic energy burst out and blasted Seito away. Seito, who was blasted away, frowned and looked at Orion Emperor with some surprise. Orion Emperor, however, did not show any mercy. With a wave of his arm, more than a dozen psionic beams as thick as fingers appeared out of thin air around Seito, who was flying backward and quickly pierced his body like sharp arrows. Puff! The beams hit, turning Seito into a hedgehog. However, the next moment, there was a soft puff sound. Seito, who had been pierced into a hedgehog by many psionic beams, suddenly turned into a log. Under the impact of the psionic energy, it shattered into a pile of sawdust that flew in all directions. It was the most basic ninjutsu, the substitution jutsu. Then, with a flash, Seito's figure rushed out from a cluster of flames that suddenly appeared diagonally behind Orion Emperor's head. He swung his leg in the air and kicked Orion Emperor's head. Orion Emperor grabbed the air with his backhand, and the psionic power enveloped Seito like a big hand of white light. Although the power of rules could not be used because his primordial spirit had left his body, it did not mean that Seito had no resistance against the psionic power. After all, the basic power was still in his body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the substitution jutsu and Taoist fire release like just now. Therefore, when Seito felt the psionic power enveloping him, all the pores on his body opened up, and the power in his body burst out in the form of high-pressure water guns. Whoosh! Under the collision of the two high-quality energies, a strong wind immediately blew in the palace. Seito, who regained his freedom with the help of the energy explosion, jumped and landed beside Orion Emperor. He squeezed his shoulder and slammed into Orion Emperor's chest with a mountain sticking hand. Unable to defend himself in time, Orion Emperor's body trembled, and he suddenly flew backward like a cannonball. But soon, Orion Emperor's flying body came to a stop midway. Then, he stretched his arms forward, and two huge psionic wolves appeared out of thin air in the hall, rushing to bite Seito. Itomori grabbed the air with both hands and pulled out two metal longswords that were quickly condensed from the void. Like the legendary sword dancer Gongsun, he quickly danced, bringing out silver flashing circles or semicircles of various sizes. It was unknown whether it was because of the special psionic energy or the high level of the Orion Emperor's manufacturing, but the two giant wolves that looked like real beasts appeared vivid. It was unknown whether it was because of the special psionic energy or the high level of the Orion Emperor's manufacturing. Then, with a series of muffled sounds, the giant wolves were shredded into psionic energy and scattered in the hall like smoke. After that, Seito, who had taken care of the giant wolves, threw the two swords in his hands forward and shot them at Orion Emperor with the force of the 100-step flying sword. The blades turned into two silver streams of light and instantly flew in front of Orion Emperor. Orion Emperor did not waver in the face of the incoming swords and darts. He did not make any moves, but a white mist of psionic energy gathered in front of him, forming a light shield to block the swords. Bang! Under the force of the recoil, the swords were sent flying, spinning and bouncing into the air. However, at this moment, fine water droplets suddenly emerged from the flying swords and gathered into two streams of water, melting the swords into them. Then, they turned into two lifelike water dragons, roaring and spiraling towards Orion Emperor again. Orion Emperor clenched his fists and punched left and right. His psionic power instantly erupted, blasting the water dragons that hit his fists into water droplets all over the sky. But before he could retract his power and counterattack, a new change appeared before his eyes again. The color of the water droplets all over the sky changed from blue to green. At the same time, the water droplets condensed, turning from liquid into fresh green leaves that looked like they had been plucked from a tree. After a pause, they spun at high speed like a tornado, wrapping Orion Emperor in the middle, forming a green leaf sphere as tall as a person. Then, Sei-Ito flicked his finger and shot out a purple and green Tushita flame. The divine flame turned into a stream of light and fell on the green leaf ball in an instant. Then, with a soft whistle, the entire green leaf ball burned with purple-blue flames, emitting a terrifying temperature that caused the space to distort slightly, tightly enveloping the Orion Emperor inside. "Your Majesty!" The masters of Orion Empire on the side shouted anxiously, their expressions changing drastically. But at this point, Sei-Ito still felt that it was not enough. With a flip of his palm, he took out a small amount of primordial god oil from the Rubik's Cube world, which could increase the power of the purple and green Tushita flame, and threw it into it. In an instant, the purple and green Tushita flame swelled, becoming brighter and deeper. Even the space around it showed a faint tendency to be penetrated under the burning of the rising purple and green Tushita flame. This showed the terrifying power of the purple and green Tushita flame at this time. But Orion Emperor was Orion Emperor after all. At this time, a white vertical line suddenly emerged from the middle of the fireball formed by the purple and green Tushita flame. Then, like a pair of eyelids, it opened to both sides, forming an oval portal. Then, Orion Emperor's somewhat embarrassed figure ran out from it. Obviously, even if he somehow got rid of the purple and green Tushita flame, he did not have much of an advantage. Seeing Orion Emperor running out, Sei-Ito pointed his finger, and the purple and green Tushita flame that was still burning immediately split into a dozen arm-thick purple and green ropes of fire, which once again wrapped around Orion Emperor. Orion Emperor, who was full of anger, also became ruthless at this time. With a roar, majestic psionic energy gushed out of his body like a tsunami, turning into a sea of psionic light that fiercely rushed out in all directions. Almost instantly, the purple and green Tushita flame was submerged in the sea of light, and then rushed towards Sei-Ito and the masters of Orion Empire around him without any reduction in momentum. Sei-Ito and the masters of Orion Empire immediately moved, leaping into the air and retreating from the hall respectively. Of course, the one who leaped into the air was Sei-Ito, and the ones who retreated from the hall were the masters of Orion Empire. But compared to Sei-Ito, who knew little about psionic energy, the masters obviously had a better understanding of the characteristics of psionic power. So, the moment they retreated, the psionic energy that did not disperse so directly soared up under Orion Emperor's instigation, turning into a huge psionic light beam that filled the entire hall of Orion Imperial Palace and soared into the sky. In an instant, Sei-Ito was enveloped in the sea of psionic light, and he could no longer be seen. On the other side of the dimensional space, Sei-Ito's soul was barely able to stay in the dimensional space by using the dimensional power triggered by the rules of space so that he would not fall into a disadvantageous position in the battle. But at the same time, Orion Emperor, who seemed to have an endless supply of psionic energy, launched a variety of dimensional attacks. The continuous space interruption and timeline sneak attacks descended on him all the time. Coupled with the various summoned beasts and pure energy attacks created by psionic energy, Sei-Ito fell into a deep depression. "I've been an emperor for so many years, but this is the first time I've used the heirloom of Orion Empire, and it's such a large burst of energy. You should be proud." Seeing that he had basically grasped the victory, Emperor Orion looked at Itosei, who was struggling to cope with the attacks of his space disorder and time dimension from time to time, and the attacks of the psionic beast. Heirloom? Is that the big crystal behind you? Ito, who had used thunder to disperse a psionic beast, dodged a wave of timeline sneak attacks, and used a space interruption attack that could have dismembered him, curiously looked at the blue crystal behind Orion Emperor that exuded a strong energy brilliance. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Ignorant. Orion Emperor's tone was full of disdain. Then, can you explain it to me? Ito formed a seal with both hands and said, while silently chanting the Great Light technique to split the mandala canopy to suppress all sides. About this, you'd better ask the universe's consciousness after you die. Orion Emperor said softly. He did not have the bad habit of talking at length like the average villain after gaining a great advantage. He was indeed worthy of being the ruler of a powerful civilization that could dominate a star field. Pa! The mandala canopy shattered, turned into countless fragments, and disappeared into the void. It seems that I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Ito sighed helplessly. Then, with a shocked expression, he gathered a surge of energy into his right fist. Then, he fiercely blasted it out. Plasma lightning lightspeed fist. In an instant, rays of brilliance beyond Orion Emperor's observation emerged from the dimensional space of nothingness. Like a dissolving agent, they turned the psionic beasts and psionic sea he summoned into nothingness. Space was pierced through, and the beads formed by dimensional power in front of Orion Emperor were reduced to dust. The psionic manifestation of Orion Emperor was completely shattered. Of course, as the price for this power, the arm of Ito-Sei's primordial spirit suddenly shattered like the psionic manifestation of Emperor Orion. It turned into a large pile of the most basic light particles and drifted into the space. At the same time, the entire primordial spirit was shaken, becoming weak and unstable. If it was not handled well, it was not impossible for his realm to drop. After all, the power form of the pocket universe was too different from the power of Ito's soul. Even if there was some connection between the two, their natures were ultimately different. A price had to be paid for forcibly transforming them. What's more, he used the strongest move of the Leo Gold Saints, Plasma Lightning Lightspeed Fist. It was normal for such a result to occur. However, the result was equal to the price he paid. Not only did he escape from the crisis, but he also smashed Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation into pieces. Then Ito-Sei operated his power, and the shattered right hand of the right general was reassembled. However, in this way, his originally weak primordial spirit body became even weaker. It's a pity that I didn't get that secret treasure. Otherwise, the price I paid this time would have been more worth it. Ito sighed as he looked at the empty dimensional space with some regret. It turned out that the moment he smashed Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation with the plasma lightning beam fist, the secret treasure mentioned by Orion Emperor seemed to have lost its existence. It quickly turned from solid to illusory and escaped from the dimensional space, leaving Ito unable to touch it. Then, Ito looked at the dimensional space where the psionic energy was gradually disappearing, and also disappeared from the dimensional space in a flash, returning to his body. Chapter 2255. Pft. In the four-dimensional space, Orion Emperor, who was using the psionic sea to attack Ito-Sei, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood as the blue energy smoke around him dispersed. Even the psionic sea that was erupting paused and began to tremble. At this moment, Ito, who saw a rare opportunity, immediately tore the psionic power in front of him with both hands as if he was tearing a piece of cloth. He then reappeared in the palace hall in a flash. It's just that at this time, like Emperor Orion, he was also very uncomfortable. Not only was his face pale, but his head also felt a little dizzy. Waves of weakness and powerlessness kept emerging in his mind, urging him to find a place to recuperate and adjust his breathing. Fortunately, he was not in such a hurry that he had to do it immediately. It gave him a lot of buffer time. However, in terms of controlling his power, he had uncontrollably weakened a lot. He was not as delicate and agile as before. I need to end this quickly, Seito thought to himself as he frowned and endured the dizziness that kept surging in his mind. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Emperor Orion, who was about the same size as him. The heavenly sword suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed at Emperor Orion. Emperor Orion, who sensed the fatal danger, moved his body but staggered back, dodging Seito's sword by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, Seito understood that the damage caused to Emperor Orion by the shattering of his psionic avatar was far greater than he imagined. It was to the point where he could not even use his psionic power. He did not hesitate at all. With a toss of his hand, the heavenly sword in his hand flew into the air. Using the flying sword control method of the Shushan world, he controlled the heavenly sword to stab at Emperor Orion. Under the urging of his divine thoughts, the heavenly sword turned into a bright white silver line. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Orion Emperor and pierced through his head. Pfft! The blue smoke around Emperor Orion's body exploded, revealing the true face of the sluggish Emperor Orion. Then, Seito leaped forward and arrived in front of Orion Emperor. With a flip of his palm, he struck the top of Orion Emperor's head. Following that, purple-blue flames gushed out from his palm and burned Orion Emperor into nothingness. Seito then waved his hand and retrieved the heavenly sword. Lin Ming flashed and arrived at the top of the palace hall. Then, he entered the Magic Cube world and appeared in the central area of the Magic Cube world. Through the Magic Cube, he opened the power of the time laws and entered a meditative state to restore his losses. It could be said that this was the most difficult battle he had ever fought since he became an immortal. However, he also gained a lot from this experience. First of all, he learned about the vastness of the universe and learned about the existence of masters and how powerful they were. Secondly, it was from these encounters with master-level extraterrestrial lifeforms that he secretly learned the unorthodox secret techniques of the masters, which gave him a new understanding of the laws and dimensional powers he had mastered. Although it did not improve his realm, his cultivation had improved a lot. This allowed his combat prowess to increase by a significant amount. At least in the face of Earth's gods and immortals, this dimensional secret technique could have an unexpected effect, turning the originally 50-50 battle into a one-sided slaughter. Outside on Orion's planet, it had been a long time since he heard the sound of fighting or felt the eruption of energy, but he also did not hear the Emperor summon the Orion Emperor. After waiting for a while, he summoned an Orion soldier guarding the hall and asked him to go in and check the situation inside. The result was needless to say. They didn't find anything. They didn't see the figure of their emperor, nor did they find any trace of Itosei. The whole hall was empty. The master, who faintly felt that something was wrong, did not dare to hesitate when he saw this. He quickly asked someone to check the harem to see if the emperor had gone somewhere else. But after asking around, the answer he got was that no one had seen the emperor. As a result, the bad premonition in the hearts of the masters became stronger. However, they could not hide this kind of thing. They could only brace themselves and mobilize their power to secretly send the news to the several princes in the Orion Empire. At first, the princes who received the news behaved very well, and one by one, they worked hard to search for the Orion Emperor. However, after about a week, the members of the Hunter royal family, who had not been able to find the Hunter Emperor, began to have active thoughts. They began to secretly form cliques and collude with the ministers, accumulating strength to compete for that position. In just a few days, the originally unified Orion Empire was divided into several large and small factions, confronting each other. It's just that, to the relief of the people of Orion Empire, during this period, there were no rebellions like in ancient China, and all the ministers and affiliated races were very stable. Of course, this kind of thing is not absolute. Maybe they look very loyal, but in their hearts, they may want to hold the army for themselves and play the trick of controlling the emperor to order his vassals. Gradually, the entire Orion Empire became chaotic in the struggle of these factions. All kinds of contradictions began to emerge in the Orion Empire, making the entire Orion Empire on the verge of fragmentation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 moons of Orion passed. This morning, just as the palace maids finished cleaning the palace and came out of the palace, accompanied by a faint light and shadow, Sei-Ito appeared from the void, hanging in the cold and cheerless palace hall. It's time to destroy the Orion Empire. Sei-Ito looked coldly at the empty palace hall under his feet and thought. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the void again. The next moment, somewhere in the red leaf forest on Orion Emperor Planet, Sei-Ito's figure flashed again. Then, with a stomp of his foot, the ground under Sei-Ito's feet seemed to have been cut by an invisible giant blade. It trembled slightly and cracked to both sides. In the blink of an eye, a huge crack nearly 100 meters long, more than 10 meters wide, and unfathomably deep was formed on the ground. Then Sei-Ito stepped forward and fell into the crack in a free fall. At the same time, under the effect of some invisible force, the crack continued to open and extend downwards, as if it was going straight to the core of Orion Emperor Planet. However, Sei-Ito wasn't in the mood to go to the core of Orion Emperor Planet. After falling for more than 10 kilometers, Sei-Ito, who was blocked by an underground magma flow, stopped falling and suspended in midair. With a thought, he summoned the God of War dimensional spaceship from the Rubik's Cube world. It was equipped with a black hole weapon. Then, Sei-Ito connected to the God of War's main control computer with his mind and set an attack command. After that, he didn't stop underground at all. He teleported out of the underground space and rushed out of Orion Emperor Planet. Under the full power of Sei-Ito, Sei-Ito flew out of Orion Emperor Planet in just a moment and appeared in the universe. Then, he summoned the small spaceship from the Rubik's Cube world, sat in the cockpit and started the aircraft. Under the powerful propulsion of the antimatter engine, it flew away from Orion Emperor Planet like a stream of light until it finally disappeared into the universe. After that, about half an hour later, the timer on the main control screen in the bridge of the God of War dimensional spaceship, which Sei-Ito had left behind in Orion Emperor Planet, jumped to 0. A powerful energy beam instantly shot out from the front of the God of War dimensional spaceship. It blended with everything along the way, shooting straight for tens of kilometers in an unstoppable manner. Then, it suddenly exploded, forming a dark round hole in the depths of the earth. Immediately afterward, the dark round hole began to expand. At the same time, the black cross-section inside twisted and rotated like stirred coffee, releasing an endless suction force, swallowing and annihilating all the matter around it. In the process, the black hole continued to grow with the help of the power created by the annihilation of matter. It didn't take long for it to expand into a dark round hole with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, and it continued to expand without slowing down. Half an hour later, the black hole had expanded to a diameter of tens of kilometers, coming into contact with Sei-Ito's God of War battleship, and swallowing it into the black hole. Then, as if it had eaten a tonic, the black hole suddenly expanded to a diameter of tens of kilometers, appearing directly outside the Earth's surface, and began to devour all the matter of Orion Emperor Planet. An hour later, the black hole had expanded to a diameter of nearly 200 kilometers, and the endless suction force began to affect the planet. At the same time, the army and various military units on Orion Emperor Planet discovered the existence of the black hole and began to organize forces to destroy it. An hour and a half later, the diameter of the black hole had reached a diameter of about 250 kilometers. The counterattack force of the Orion Empire arrived and began to destroy the black hole with gravity interference weapons. Affected by this, the expansion speed of the black hole slowed down to a certain extent. 2 hours later, the diameter of the black hole had expanded to more than 300 kilometers. Orion Empire's previous plan to obstruct the black hole had failed, and the masters of Orion Empire began to take action. The result was good, and the expansion speed of the black hole slowed down once again. But in the third hour, a new piece of news came out that made all the people of Orion Empire panic. Around Orion Emperor Planet, 8 new black holes were rapidly forming and expanding. If they were not dealt with quickly, Orion Emperor Planet would inevitably be swallowed by the black holes. At the same time, even if they were stupid, the people of Orion Empire understood that someone had planted a black hole weapon to completely destroy their Orion Empire. Orion Empire's army held an emergency meeting to find a powerful way to offset the black holes. Chapter 2256. The Orion Empire's plan was very good. They used the new warships that had recently appeared to be equipped with interference weapons to destroy the black holes, but when it came down to it, they found that they did not have any skilled warship pilots. The previous personnel had long been wiped out with the destruction of the garrison corps. However, if they were to transfer people from the current natural star garrison, not to mention whether they would have enough time, it was still a problem whether they could even pass through the space around Orion Emperor Planet. Their exploration department made it very clear that the location of the 8 black holes happened to be placed on the space channel connecting Orion Emperor Planet and the outside world, so unless they risked their lives to enter the unstable area, no warship could hope to enter or escape Orion Emperor Planet at this time. In the end, the Orion Empire's military had no choice but to find veteran soldiers who had been disabled and retired to mix with some of the new recruits to pilot the newly built spaceship into space. However, not long after they parted ways, something that made the Orion Empire even more helpless happened. A cosmic storm that had not been seen in 1,000 years suddenly arrived in the unstable space around Orion Emperor Planet, and as if it was being controlled, it blew straight towards Orion Emperor Planet, directly intercepting the warships they had just sent to destroy the black holes. They flew back to Orion Emperor Planet in frustration, watching the best opportunity to destroy the black holes pass before their eyes. However, the disaster on Orion Emperor Planet was still not over. For some reason, the cosmic storm had arrived on Orion Emperor Planet, creating a violent electromagnetic storm that caused most of the equipment on Orion Emperor Planet to be paralyzed. At the same time, it rubbed against the clouds, creating a terrifying thunderstorm that covered most of the planet. Thunder and lightning wantonly destroyed everything on the planet that struck it. The soldiers and civilians on Orion Emperor Planet had no choice but to hide in their homes. They secretly prayed that they could escape this disaster. Ororo, do you think I should send them a meteor shower? In the universe not too far away from Orion Emperor Planet. Ito grinned and said to Lady Stormsword, whose eyes were white, her hands were raised high, and the wind around her was blowing her hair. Obviously, all the disasters on Orion Imperial Planet were not accidental. They were all orchestrated by Ito. Ororo, who was in the midst of activating his ability at full power, turned his head to glance at him. He did not say a word and retracted his gaze, continuing to control his ability to wreak havoc on Orion Imperial Star as per Ito's request. Then I'll take that as a yes. Ito shrugged. He said with a smile. Then, without hesitation, he converted all his power into the attributes of earth and metal. Then, he released them, combining the violent vitality and various energies in the universe to form a huge grayish-white planet that looked like a small moon. Propelled by psychokinesis, He shot them toward Orion Imperial Planet. With the help of Sei Ito's psychokinesis, hundreds, thousands, and gradually tens of thousands of planets flew faster and faster. It didn't take long for them to reach a terrifying speed. Like a real meteor, it shot towards Orion Imperial Star with a long flame tail. 10 minutes later, these meteors passed through the unstable universe outside Orion Imperial Star. They rushed through Orion Imperial Star's atmosphere and rained down on the planet's surface. Boom, boom, boom. Huge mushroom clouds rose one after another from Orion Imperial Planet, which had been ravaged by the cosmic storm. It was as if Orion Imperial Planet was an excellent mushroom plantation. A large patch of black wild mushrooms was growing. Under the bombardment of this terrifying meteor shower, a large number of buildings collapsed. The civilians inside died in large numbers, and the ground cracked. Strong earthquakes were created, and seawater surged, forming terrifying tsunamis. At the same time, volcanoes began to erupt, spewing poisonous smoke that covered a large part of the sky. If the cosmic storm from before was only a threat, this giant meteor shower was truly deadly. Aside from those masters, no one could survive the attack of this terrifying meteor shower. That's enough. Stop and rest for a while. At this moment, Sei Ito turned to Lady Storm's word Ororo. Ororo did not hesitate when she heard this, slowly dispersing her power and stopping the raging cosmic storm. Phew! Afterward, Ororo, who had completely dispersed her power, let out a long sigh, an exhausted look on her face. This was the first time she had unleashed her full power since she advanced to the Omega level with the help of Ito-sei. Moreover, it was an ultra-long-range control that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even with her mental toughness, she could not help but feel deeply exhausted. "Are you all right?" Sei Ito reached out and wrapped his arm around Ororo's waist, letting her head rest on his chest as he gently asked. "I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest." Ororo shook her head slightly. "Still, do we really need to do this? If we feel that they're a threat, we just have to eliminate those who pose a threat. Why do we have to destroy the planet as well?" Then, Ororo said with some reluctance, "I also want to leave the planet behind and only eliminate the aliens on it, but there's no other way. This is the main planet of these aliens. A lot of technological power is concentrated here. If we eliminate them from the inside, not only will it be time-consuming and dangerous, but it will also give them a chance to escape with their important technology. I don't want to leave a hidden danger for Earth. That's why we have to do this." Sei Ito shrugged helplessly as he explained. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, Ororo nodded slightly and did not say anything else. When it came to dealing with the enemy, Ororo was clearly much more decisive than Jean Grey. This didn't mean that she wasn't kind. It was just that she had been through a lot, which made her appear more decisive and cold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on Professor X's philosophy until the end of the original work, leading the mutants to fight against the humans instead of directly starting a war with them like Laser. Sei Ito did not say anything else. He just stood in the universe with Temptress in his arms, looking at the Orion Imperial Planet in the distance that was gradually falling into destruction. Then time passed, and more than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Because of the combined interference of Sei Ito and Temptress, the Orion Empire completely lost the ability to destroy the black hole. They could only watch as the black hole grew and grew without any interference until it formed a net of black holes that enveloped the entire Orion Imperial Planet. Then, the Orion Imperial Planet collapsed under the suction force of the black hole. Large pieces of the planet flew into the nearest black hole under the gravitational force, disintegrating into the smallest particles and disappearing into the black hole. In less than 2 hours, the huge Orion Imperial Planet was swallowed by the 9 black holes, including the black hole inside the Orion Imperial Planet. Then, a violent explosion occurred, releasing a blazing white light thousands of times brighter than the sun, and a white energy shock wave visible to the naked eye rushed towards the 9 black holes. The suction force of the black holes did not reject it and absorbed most of the energy shock wave. But correspondingly, because they were too close to the center of the explosion, the 9 artificial black holes shook violently under the powerful radiation impact produced by the planet's explosion and stopped devouring the energy for a moment. But soon, they returned to normal and continued to devour everything around them. After a few more hours, the nebula formed by the explosion of the Orion Imperial Planet was swallowed up by the 9 black holes. At this time, the distance between the 9 black holes became extremely close, and the suction force between them also attracted each other. Then, the black hole in the center was torn apart by the power of the other 8 black holes, erupting with a white light more intense than the previous explosion of the Orion Imperial Planet, enveloping the remaining 8 black holes. Then, something unexpected happened to Saito. The 8 black holes shrouded in the white light exploded one after another, releasing a blazing white light of equal intensity. The white light spread in all directions, illuminating the space where Saito was located. Of course, this was not what really surprised Saito. What really surprised him was that after the white light erupted, a white hole similar to a black hole suddenly emerged from the center of the white light. It quickly gathered the overflowing white light energy in the surroundings, forming something like a nebula around the white hole, slowly rolling along with the rotation of the white hole. Tisk, that's true. Looking at the white hole created by his own actions, Saito didn't know what to say. But that was fine too. One white hole was much safer than 9 black holes. Moreover, this white hole was naturally formed, so it was much more stable than the black holes he artificially created. Leaving it behind to cause trouble for the remaining soldiers of the Orion Empire's ruling planet in Orion constellation was the best thing to do. But before that, Saito still needs to go to the other Orion Imperial planets that have escaped his revenge and wipe out the last remaining forces of the Orion Empire. After that, even if Saito doesn't destroy the planets, the riots of the affiliated civilizations in the Orion Empire without the suppression of the military force are enough to make the toothless Orion Empire suffer. They might even become history and disappear from the universe. Saito did not hesitate. He summoned the spacecraft, sat in the cockpit, and controlled it to fly to the other Orion Imperial planet. Under Saito's hard work, 2 months later, all the Orion Imperial planets under the rule of the Orion Empire were destroyed. All the Orion Empire's battleships were destroyed, and all the scientific and technological personnel and research institutes were blasted into pits. At this point, the Orion Empire that had been running rampant in the northern universe of the Milky Way for nearly 5,000 years was completely wiped out by Saito's revenge. Chapter 2257. In the pitch-black space, a blue vortex suddenly appeared, and a small aircraft similar to NASA's space shuttle flew out from it. Then the vortex disappeared again, annihilated into nothingness. This was the solar system, and the small planet next to it was Mercury. Therefore, this small aircraft that suddenly appeared in the solar system was naturally not a guest from another civilization, but Saito, who had just flown back from Orion. After being away from Earth for more than half a year, Saito finally returned to the solar system. Then Saito reset the flight course and flew back to Earth. In less than 2 hours, the aircraft appeared near the Earth's orbit. However, Saito did not directly return to Earth. Instead, he turned and flew to the vicinity of the Moon, where he joined the Earth's defense fleet that was left behind. Now that the Orion Empire had been destroyed, the solar system had a dimensional barrier, and heroes had gathered inside Earth. As long as Earth did not actively seek death, there was no need for the Earth's defense fleet to exist. Therefore, after waiting for a long time, Sei-Ito summoned the solar system troops patrolling near Venus and Jupiter, and sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world, removing their vigilance mission. After that, Sei-Ito, who had reappeared in the universe, moved and flew back to Earth, which had now expanded to the size of Uranus. In just half a year, the entire Earth has completely changed. Sei-Ito sighed as he looked at the spiritual aura that appeared on the Asian continent under his feet. In the Asian territory that had expanded by many times, Buddhist light, immortal chi, ghost realm demonic chi, and demon chi intertwined with each other, but also filled the Asian continent in a clear manner. Among them, the Buddhist light was the most abundant in India and Tibet, and the image of Mahavairakana loomed. The Southeast Asian region was shrouded in sacred and strange images and bits of ghost realm demonic chi. In the sky above the central plains of the 9 continents, the sound of immortal chi was faint. The flying fairies presented a sacred scene of the immortal Tao. However, the only flaw was that in this green immortal light, there were always a few golden Zen lights shining, making the scene impure. The bitter cold land of the northeast was filled with blood. The masculine martial chi and the blood chi of the demons were entangled with each other, vaguely showing the shape of dragon and tiger. The land of the south was filled with pink peach chi, reflecting the green light. As for the Shu-Dian region, it was completely enveloped by the black clouds. It emitted a monstrous, killing aura. Obviously, India and Tibet were the territories of the Tantric sect. Southeast Asia was the territory of the Brahmanism, the elephant-headed god, and other Hinayana heretical Buddhist sects, as well as the gods of monsters and Gong Tao shamans. The central plains of China was the territory of the Immortal Tao sect and the Zen sect. The bitter cold of the northeast was the territory of martial artists, demons, and possibly even the witch tribe. In the south, heretics flourished, and the Sichuan and Yunnan devilish light shone brightly. It was like a scene of hundreds of schools in the ancient spring and autumn period. As for the floating island outside of the central earth, Japan, the inside of it was filled with brilliant divine light that illuminated the void. It had completely become the place where Shinto Taoism and evil Buddhism preached. After sighing, Sei-Ito's figure moved again. He entered the rolling demonic clouds and returned to the mountain he occupied. Boom! As soon as he came back, a violent explosion sounded in the mountain. The mountain shield shook violently, emitting a magnificent light. Sei-Ito, who heard the strange sound, frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that at the bottom of the southeast of the mountain he occupied, a group of burly men wrapped in animal skins. Their hair was messy like weeds and looked like the tail of a beast. They looked like wild men, each holding a golden axe, iron hammer, wooden cane, and smashing the mountain shield formation. They looked like they would not give up until they broke it. This is the witch tribe? Sei-Ito was surprised. It was also at this time that he noticed how familiar the black clouds above Sichuan and Yunnan were. It turned out that the black clouds were none other than the demonic clouds that had originally spread out from the Shenangjia and gradually spread to half of the Shu-Dian region. So it was easy to imagine why there were so many people who looked like witches here. It was obvious that in the 6 months when Sei-Ito was away, the resurrected Yen Emperor's forces had made some kind of breakthrough and occupied Yunnan. Of course, that was what he thought. As for whether it was true or not, he still needed to confirm it himself. Therefore, without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed. A Mandarin at the foot of the mountain suddenly disappeared from the crowd of witches and appeared in the palm of Sei-Ito's hand. Sei-Ito grabbed the throat of the Mandarin. Roar! Seeing that he was caught, the Mandarin roared and immediately waved the bone stick in his hand. With a stinky black wind, he smashed it towards Sei-Ito's head. Boom! White light appeared, and the Mandarin's attack was immediately blocked by an invisible force. "Are you witches all crazy?" Sei-Ito said in a deep voice with an unhappy face. "If you want to kill me, do as you please. My Kwafu tribe does not have cowards who are afraid of death. The Mandarin who was caught shouted in an ancient language. Fortunately, Ito-sei had once been involved in the quest for Qin-ji and the legend of Son of Heaven. He had learned the official language and dialect of that time. Otherwise, he might not be able to understand what they were saying. So it is the Kwafu tribe. So you are the Yen Emperor Yu Wang's people? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right. If you know what's good for you, quickly let me go. Otherwise, when the Yen Emperor's army arrives, you will be cut into pieces. The Kwafu Mandarin said loudly with a face full of pride. Tell me, why are you attacking my mountain mansion? Seito frowned and asked in a deep voice. You already know the answer? The Mandarin sneered with a face full of mockery. What do you mean? Seito asked in astonishment. The Yen Emperor decreed that within a month, all the immortals and Buddhas in Yunnan must leave. Those who do not leave within the time limit must submit a memorial to show their power to the public and declare their allegiance. From then on, they will be the people under the Yen Emperor's rule and listen to his orders. Otherwise, whether immortals, Buddhas, demons, or devils, they will all be killed. You have been receiving the edict for several months. Since you did not withdraw from the mountain and did not submit a memorial, you will be attacked by us. The Mandarin said loudly. He is very ambitious. Is he not afraid of being killed by the immortals? Seito sneered. The Yen Emperor's magical power covers the sky, and he has the help of the Wu tribe. Immortals, what is there to be afraid of? They are just the souls of the dead under our hands. Sooner or later, the 9 regions world and all the heavens will return to the rule of the Wu tribe. The Mandarin said proudly. Ito-sei was speechless as he looked at the novice wizard in his hand, who was imprisoned by him. He did not know what to say. He did not know if the Mandarin's brain was too simple, or he was too confident. Before he even asked, he had already revealed a lot of important information. Moreover, his language was so arrogant. Did they forget how the Wu tribe was overthrown in the beginning? The Wu tribe? You mean the Wu tribe from the upper realm has come to earth? After a pause, Seito asked. Humph. The Mandarin's expression changed when he heard this. He snorted coldly, as if he was not going to go home. It was his performance that made Seito more certain of the guess in his heart. It seems that the Wu tribe has taken a fancy to earth and is preparing to turn it into your land of prosperity. Seito's mind turned, and he somewhat understood the Wu tribe's plan. According to the legends he knew, as well as the information that Nine-Tailed occasionally revealed, the Wu tribe's living environment was very difficult. It could be said that it was a poisonous land. However, with their strong bodies and tenacious willpower, they were not afraid. However, the upper echelons of the Wu tribe, who had once enjoyed the vastness of the land, were constantly thinking of finding a land of prosperity similar to the Dongxing divine continent for their people. Unfortunately, they had never succeeded. They had even paid with the lives of many of their people for this. However, the newly emerged Earth gave them new hope. The environment was good, and they could live in it. Although the resources were not rich enough. However, the land was vast enough, and there was sufficient vitality. It was enough for them to cultivate. However, more importantly, they discovered the existence of the Flame Emperor Yu Wang, a descendant of the Kwafu tribe. This made them see a possibility. That was to let the Wu tribe regain their great fortune, obtain a state of development, and once again step onto the stage of the human realm. All of this was because of Yu Wang's identity, the Flame Emperor. Although he was not one of the 3 emperors, Shennong himself, as the one who inherited the title of Shennong, he also received a lot of Shennong's fortune, as well as the emperor's aura. If used well, it was not impossible for Yu Wang to become the new emperor. Although this chance was very slim, for the Wu tribe it was enough. They had not forgotten the pain of Qiyu. Moreover, even if they could not become the emperor of the human race under the heavenly axiom, they could always push Yu Wang to the position of the emperor of Earth. Although in terms of fortune, it was not as much as the real emperor, it was enough for the Wu tribe to use. It could allow the Wu tribe to develop and strengthen again. Moreover, it was more in line with the interests of the Wu tribe, who was preparing to occupy Earth as the second land of prosperity. I didn't expect that right after solving the external problem, we would immediately face an internal problem. The road to Earth's upgrade this time is really full of thorns. Seito could not help but sigh in his heart. Again, he really did not want any accidents to happen in the process of Earth's ascension. At least, before the ascension was completed, he did not want any accidents to happen when the core world was stabilized in the dimensional sea. After all, he could not say when he would need to use those worlds again. However, the cruel reality mercilessly shattered his expectations. Moreover, it was very ruthless. Putting aside the fact that there was a large number of immortals, even the outbreak of a witch tribe member from the upper realm who was capable of fighting hundreds of battles was likely to blow up Earth, which had not yet stabilized. Not to mention, after the matter was exposed, a great war could break out between the two parties at any time. Earth would not be stable at all. It was hard to say when it would be smashed into pieces by a Daluo immortal or a great witch, and it would be destroyed before it could complete its promotion. F***ck, this is the rhythm of forcing me to kill people. Seito cursed unhappily. Indeed, this was the best solution. As long as the cause was eliminated, the Wu tribe would not have a fulcrum to fight for fate. The victory would only be their coveting of Earth. Although there was already the danger of a conflict with the immortal Tao, it would be much smaller. At the very least, a wild planet in the universe's starry sky was not very important in the eyes of the immortals. If the Wu tribe was determined to take it, the heavenly court, who did not want to destroy the current stable core environment, might even acquiesce to the Wu tribe's actions and let the two sides quietly complete the handover. However, the corresponding price was that Seito would be hated by the Wu tribe to the extent that they would not rest until he was dead. It's just that Itosei didn't care much about this. At most, he would hide in the Rubik's Cube world after this. Even if all the members of the Wu tribe were exhausted to death, they might not be able to find his hiding place outside the dimension. Then, Seito, who was in a bad mood, grabbed forward with his arm. A gray, unstable little person that looked like smoke was pulled out from the forehead of the sealed Magihuman in his hand. Ah! Immediately, the Magihuman screamed and lost all signs of life. Seito's wrist shook and released a flame, burning the Magihuman's corpse into nothingness. Then, with a thought, his divine thought pierced into the soul of the Magihuman in his hand like an array, forcibly reading the memories in his mind. Under the powerful search of the soul-searching technique, the short memory of the Magihuman was completely read by him in just a moment. Then, as if the soul could not bear the burden, it shattered and turned into a cloud of smoke, disappearing into the air. As expected, the Wu tribe has already come down from the upper realm. With a turn of his divine thought, Seito ignited his soul fire and burned all the memories related to the Magihuman into nothingness before spitting them out from his mouth. In the memories of the Magihuman, Seito learned that there were now a total of 8 golden immortal-level Wu tribe members who had come down. Although there were only 8 of them, in the central plains where the total number of golden immortals was less than 1 hand, they were already considered the top forces. Moreover, the strength of the golden immortal of the Wu tribe was not just the strength of a golden immortal. The powerful strength that erupted from them when they unleashed their true form could even fight against a Tai. Therefore, in other words, it was not an exaggeration for the Wu tribe to directly send 8 Tai-level masters. It was an absolute suppression within the scope of the Earth. If they were not afraid of being too high profile and directly attracting the attention of Daluo, who ignored all kinds of restrictions, they would have already directly cleaned up the various forces in the Central Plains and returned the entire Central Plains to the rule of the Wu tribe. 8 Tai level masters, 1 golden immortal at the lowest level, and the Flame Emperor Yu Wang who has an unknown strength. Well, I seem to have chosen a very powerful group. I hope this time I'm not courting death. Saito sighed somewhat helplessly. Then, with a wave of his arm, he removed the mountain-protecting formation that was rumbling from the Majahomans at the foot of the mountain, destroyed the house that he had just lived in, and disappeared from the top of the mountain in a flash. Obviously, at this time, Saito had already made the ultimate plan of escaping into the Rubik's Cube world if he failed. At the very next moment, a group of novice Majahomans with strange weapons in their hands rushed up the mountain while yelling. Then, all of them stared blankly at the empty and barren mountaintop with nothing in their eyes. And the next moment, in the Shu lands near the Shenangjia, Saito's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 2258. At this time in Shu, there were no longer only poison men, red-haired barbarians, and mud dolls. Now, there were a large number of witch men who appeared out of nowhere, humans who pledged allegiance to the Flame Emperor, and people from the 3 sects who publicly declared their allegiance to the Flame Emperor. It was a bustling and lively scene, completely devoid of the deathly silence from before. This allowed Saito, who had just appeared here, to avoid the danger of being exposed. However, Saito did not stay here for long. After touring the new land for a while, he left the crowd and entered the nearby Shenangjia. He rushed towards the depths of the Shenangjia. This time, Saito discovered the difference in the Shenangjia. A large number of puppet men, witch men, and barbarians filled the place. They were patrolling everywhere like soldiers, guarding the main roads leading to the depths of the Shenangjia. At the same time, a large number of adobe houses replaced some of the vegetation in the Shenangjia, turning the Shenangjia into an ancient city isolated from the rest of the world. It was obvious that the resurrected Flame Emperor Yu Wang wanted to turn the Shenangjia into his capital. Fortunately, although there were a lot of people here, none of them were very strong. The strongest was only around Earth's S rank. They were not a threat to Saito, let alone discover him. Thus, Saito smoothly sneaked into the vicinity of the pyramid in the center of the Shenangjia. "Who is it? Come out." At this time, a loud voice suddenly sounded near the pyramid. Saito did not move, still hiding in the dark. "Humph, do I have to personally invite you out?" the owner of the voice said coldly. Then, the next moment, a black light shot towards the place where Saito was hiding. Saito's figure flashed and dodged the black light attack. But at the same time, he escaped from the hidden space. At the same time, 2 ear-piercing sounds could be heard. 2 tall and sturdy men dressed like the novice Majahomans outside appeared in front of Ito-sei. They were both wrapped in animal skins and stood on his left and right, vaguely sandwiching him in the middle. "Who are you? Why did you sneak into this place?" One of the sorcerer tribe members with fiery red hair asked loudly. "How did you find me?" Saito didn't answer the question. "How dare you play around with a mere spatial concealment technique in front of a member of our Dijiang clan? Do you really think that there's no one in our shaman clan?" Another shaman with a head of mottled hair sneered. "Dijiang? Space ancestral wizard? No wonder." Saito suddenly understood. "Tell me, who are you? Why did you sneak into this place?" The red-haired sorcerer tribe member asked again, impatiently. "Look at your temper. Are you from the Zhu-Rong family?" Saito looked at the red-haired magus with great interest. Speaking of which, Mrs. Zhu-Rong, who lived in the harem he created in the world of the 3 kingdoms, was a member of the Zhu-Rong family. She knew how to cast spells, which allowed Sei Ito to know a lot of unorthodox magi skills. In addition, there were also Shu people from the world of Bright Moon in the Qin dynasty, and Marquis Chunan's family and the Demon clan in the world of Son of Heaven. Strictly speaking, he had quite a lot of connections with the Zhu Rong family. You're quite perceptive, Taoist. Tell me, who are you? Why did you sneak into this place? If you tell me honestly, I'll make the decision and give you a quick death. The red-haired Zhu Rong family member's expression became slightly better. He said, "Are there only 2 of you here?" Sei Ito still didn't answer the question. This time, even the calmer Dijiang clan member couldn't help but frown, showing an impatient look on his face. Cut the crap. Tell me your identity and purpose, or don't blame us for being rude. Zhu Rong family member said with a ferocious face. It seems that she's not here. Sei Ito ignored Zhu Rong family member's words. He released his spirit power and scanned the surrounding area. Bastard! Seeing Sei Ito being so arrogant, Zhu Rong family member growled out in rage. Immediately, he reached out his hand and grabbed towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito flashed across the air and showed up behind Zhu Rong family member. He flipped his hand and flicked his fingers, releasing a few thunderbolts. However, before the thunderbolts landed on Zhu Rong family member's body, the thunderbolts disappeared in a wave of space ripples. Right after that, the dull-haired Dijiang clan member flashed across the air and showed up beside Sei Ito in a way that could be compared to teleporting. He swung his giant fist and punched towards Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito moved his head backward, brushing against Dijiang clan member's fist. At the same time, Zhu Rong family member turned around and threw a kick towards Zhu Rong family member's stomach. Sei Ito flashed across the air and dodged immediately. However, once he stood still, Dijiang clan member showed up beside him again, with black smoke coiling around his palm and reaching towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito flashed across the air again and disappeared. Where is he? Zhu Rong family member asked in surprise. Dijiang clan member didn't say anything. Instead, he looked around, then his expression changed as he hurriedly shouted at Zhu Rong family member. Be careful. Zhu Rong family member paused, not understanding what to be careful of. But in the next moment, he figured it out. At this moment, Zhu Rong family member felt his entire body tightened, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped him and squeezed his body inwards. Roar! Zhu Rong family member was enraged and roared like a wild beast. Scorching red flames were released from his body, and his body swelled up like a balloon. Almost instantly, he grew from 2 meters tall to over 10 meters tall, turning into a terrifying giant with a beast head and a human body. He was covered in red scales and had fire serpents piercing through his ears. His body emitted a terrifying aura that could even distort space. This was Zhu Rong family member's true body. However, compared to the true Zhu Rong family member, this Zhu Rong family member lacked a group of fire dragons under his feet, so it didn't seem particularly complete. This was probably related to the fact that he hadn't reached the level of senior magus yet. Even though it wasn't complete, it still allowed him to easily blast away the energy surrounding his body. Then, Dijiang clan member's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Sei Ito, attacking him at lightning speed. I didn't expect that the first time I used a dimensional attack after returning to Earth, someone would see through it and even chase after me. I'm really unlucky. Sei Ito, who had activated his Phoenix transformation and erupted with lightning speed to avoid the pursuit of Dijiang clan member, who was also a speed magus, laughed bitterly in his heart. Of course, this was also his bad luck. He had to use this kind of attack in front of the Dijiang clan's members. It had to be known that the members of their clan did not have any other talent. Or rather, even if they had the talents of other clans, they would not be particularly strong. However, their talents in space and speed were definitely top-notch. It was extremely easy for them to see through the difference in dimensions. Then, with a flash, He went behind Dejiang clan member and slashed with the heavenly sword in his hand, landing on Dejiang clan member's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the blade was directly blocked by Dejiang clan member's skin. Seito was a little speechless as he withdrew the heavenly sword and leaped back, dodging Dejiang clan member's counterattack by a hair's breadth. Then, Seito tossed his palm upwards, and the heavenly sword immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into the air, transforming into thousands of sword shadows that seemed real and illusory at the same time. They shot towards Dejiang clan member with the momentum of thousands of arrows being shot at him. Dejiang clan member, who was in the middle of the attack, had no choice but to temporarily give up on attacking Seito. Black gas lingered around him, stirring up the surrounding space and creating ripples. It was like a huge water screen that blocked in front of the thousands of sword lights, instantly swallowing them. However, at this moment, Seito suddenly turned around and charged forward, arriving in front of Dejiang clan member. The purplish-green flames in his hand flickered and instantly landed on Dejiang clan member's body. In an instant, there was a burning sound, and Dejiang clan member's entire body was enveloped by the purplish-green divine Tusita flames. Ah! Dejiang clan member screamed in pain and crazily rolled in the space. At the same time, his body swelled and rose. Like Zhu Rong, who was still a little dazed, he turned into a monster that looked like a yellow sack, as red as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings and no face. It was Dejiang. However, no matter how he transformed, the purplish-green divine Tusita flames were still tightly attached to his body, burning fiercely, causing Dejiang clan member great pain. It couldn't be helped. The bodies of the Wu clan members were so strong. If he were an ordinary immortal, he would have been burned into nothingness by the purplish-green divine Tusita flames. How could he have the time to feel pain? Seito then ignored Dejiang clan member and waved his arm, pulling out a row of timelines in front of him. He took out the heavenly sword from them and put it back into his body. Then, he hid the timelines and summoned Zhu Rong's timelines. If he were a proper immortal, he would have sensed that his river of fate was being manipulated. Then, he would have sensed that his timelines were being spied on through his primordial spirit manifestation or divination. He would have used the corresponding method to shield his timelines. Unfortunately, Zhu Rong wasn't an immortal who cultivated the Tao. He was an orthodox Wu clan member without a primordial spirit and didn't know the Tao of heaven. Even though his heart was pounding and he clearly sensed that some kind of danger was about to descend, he still couldn't find the source of the danger. Seito then tapped his finger on one of the beads with Zhu Rong's name inside. Instantly, a purely dark yet indescribable power spread out from the time bead, then condensed into numerous dark, sharp arrows, darting towards Zhu Rong inside the time bead. Puff, 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 puff. With a series of muffled noises, Zhu Rong's body was immediately pierced through by these strange black arrows. Then, as the timeline changed, another row of Zhu Rong's silhouettes, which were all shot by arrows, emerged from the timeline touched by Itosei. In the real world, Zhu Rong's body was also covered in dark arrows, even though Zhu Rong had already activated his Zhu Rong body in the real world. Chapter 2259. Puff! Zhu Rong had no idea how he was attacked. His body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of burning blood. Seito, who was in the dimensional space, did not show any mercy. He flicked the time bead in front of him. Ding! But in the next moment, along with a loud boom, all dark arrows stuck in Zhu Rong's body exploded abruptly, turning into a dark storm that spread out inside Zhu Rong's body. During this process, Zhu Rong's skin visibly aged and cracked, peeling off from Zhu Rong's body piece by piece, turning into a pile of powder on the way to the ground, drifting in the air. It was as if an invisible executioner with a sharp knife was inflicting the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts on him. Ah! Zhu Rong, who was in great pain, roared and released an even stronger Zhu Rong true form. Almost in the blink of an eye, he grew from his original height of over 10 meters to almost 300 meters tall. He was like a giant standing on the ground with an indomitable spirit. Obviously, the true form that Zhu Rong released earlier was a product of suppression. His purpose was probably the same as what they were doing now, to hide. However, even though he was powerful, other than exposing the fact that the upper realm's shaman tribe had descended, he was not of much help to himself. The violent, pitch-black energy entered his body during the process of his expansion, and began to destroy his body from the inside. Ah! An even greater pain spread out from Zhu Rong's body. Zhu Rong-yi! Is he crazy? Quick, set up a magic formation to hide him! Where's Di Jiangjun? A few Wu clan members appeared beside Zhu Rong, who had transformed into his true form. They looked at him and said with a changed expression. Then, the four of them flashed and stood beside Zhu Rong in 4 different positions. They put their magic weapons on the ground and set up a magic formation. In an instant, a dark, misty cloud emerged around Zhu Rong's body, quickly shrouding him like a hurricane. However, at the same time when they finished setting up the magic formation, a thick gray lightning bolt suddenly broke through the black cloud and fell from the sky, directly hitting Zhu Rong-yi, who was screaming in pain. Boom! The lightning bolt flashed, and Zhu Rong's body exploded, turning into a pile of burning flesh and lightning, shooting out in all directions. Zhu Rong-yi! The 4 Wu clan members screamed in grief. Who is it? Come out if you have the balls. I Feng Xiao swear. I will tear you into pieces. A tall and sturdy man, whose blue hair fluttered in the wind, roared. Tear him into pieces. The other 3 Wu clan members shouted as well. Since you want to do that, I'll fulfill your wish. Ito Sei's voice rang in the ears of the 4 Witch tribe members. Who is it? Come out. The Wu clan member, who called himself Feng Xiao, looked around and roared. However, what responded to him was a black gust of wind, which suddenly covered him and the other 3 Wu clan members. The gust of wind blew across their bodies in a disorderly and chaotic manner. During this process, their leather coats were torn apart, and their tough skin became old and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like the bark of an old tree, their skin cracked and cracked. Piece by piece, their skins peeled off from their bodies, exposing the red flesh under their skin. Ah! The 4 Wu clan members, who had experienced the same pain as Zhu Rong, opened their eyes wide and let out shrill howls with twisted faces. However, this did nothing to alleviate the pain they were suffering. They could only watch helplessly as their powerful bodies withered under this strange pitch-black energy. They were broken and peeled off from their bodies. Even if they used the secret method of the sorcerer tribe and the innate power in their bodies to resist, it was still the same. Apart from the fact that it seemed to have slowed down the speed at which their skin was changing, there was no way to stop the erosion of this energy. This is the power of time? A knowledgeable Wu clan member suddenly thought of something. He shouted out loud. So what if we know what he is? None of us are from the Zhu clan. Another shaman tried his best to endure the pain. He smiled bitterly. As soon as he said that, the other 2 Wu clan members, who had just gained hope, paused, and their eyes dimmed again. Feng Xiao, you are the fastest among the 4 of us. Later, the 3 of us will instill our Wu clan power into you and send you away. You have to find Gong Gong Yu and Jishomu as soon as possible and tell them about the situation here. Ask them to come back and protect Emperor Yen. The Wu clan member, who was twitching all over, paused and said. The other 2 Wu clan members were stunned at first, then nodded one after another, agreeing with the Wu clan member. Obviously, they already understood the Wu clan member's intention. Xing Tian Raccoon. Feng Xiao opened his mouth and said in a low voice. We don't have much time. Just do as I say. Xing Tian smiled bitterly and said decisively. Then, without wasting any more time, he stepped in front of Feng Xiao and reached out to pat Feng Xiao's shoulder. The other two Wu clan members looked at each other, then leaped to Feng Xiao's side and pressed their palms on Feng Xiao's body. In an instant, a red, a white, and a black chi soared into the sky, and a gust of wind whistled out from the four of them. However, before they finished instilling their powers, another thick thunderbolt, which was exactly the same as the one that blasted Zhu Rong, appeared in the sky and struck directly at the four of them. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the three Wu clan members disappeared into the air as expected. However, Feng Xiao, who was the main target of the attack, was pushed away by Xing Tian Raccoon and the other two Wu clan members at the critical moment. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and quickly flew out of the Shenong shelf, disappearing into the horizon almost instantly. "Do you think you can escape?" Seito, who was in the dimensional space, pulled out Feng Xiao's timeline and sneered. As for Dijiang, who was also in the dimensional space, when Seito destroyed Zhu Rong, Dijiang also received a blow to relieve his pain. Then, Seito flicked his finger and shot another thunderbolt at the virtual image of Feng Xiao, who was still in front of the pyramid in the dimensional space. Then, in the outside world, Feng Xiao, who thought he had escaped, suddenly saw a flash of light above his head. A thick gray thunderbolt instantly struck Feng Xiao, who was in the half-human half-wind state, and blasted him out of the dimensional space. Boom! Feng Xiao's body trembled and fell to the ground like a meteor, causing dust to fill the air. And because he was blasted out of the half-energy state, Feng Xiao was seriously injured and could not get up from the ground for a long time. But right after that, a new bolt of lightning descended from the sky and heavily bombarded Feng Xian's body. Boom! Then, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Seito's attack only stopped when all 5 thunderbolts had struck and Feng Xiao's powerful body had completely turned into a pile of black ash and melted into the ground. At this point, except for Gonggong Yu and Ru Shoumu, who were mentioned by the dead witch Xing Tianji, 6 of the 8 witches who came to Earth had died in the hands of Seito. Then, Seito removed the dimensional secret technique and left the dimensional space. He returned to Earth and stood in front of the pyramid of Emperor Yin. At the same time, it was not until this time that Seito had the mood to look at the pyramid in front of him again. Unlike before, the pyramid, which originally only had 3 floors and a total height of no more than 15 meters, had completely changed. The height had doubled to more than 30 meters, and the number of floors had also increased by 2 to 5 floors. The outer walls were carved with animals and birds, and the doors were staggered. It looked like a unique palace. A long slanted staircase connected the top of the pyramid to the ground below. It looked like a pilgrimage staircase. Seito, who took in all this, raised his eyebrows and walked to the front of the pyramid. He stepped on the stairs like an ordinary person and went up step by step. The steps of the stairs were very exquisite. Just like the pyramid, there were a total of 5 levels, and each level had 9 steps. In addition to the rune engravings for reinforcement, there were no other defensive arrangements. There was only a flat and long walkway, so it didn't take long for Itomori to reach the top of the pyramid. It was a hall that looked a bit like an ancient emperor's summons to his subjects to deal with official business. As soon as he appeared, 2 powerful novice magihomons who were guarding this place attacked him. Itose, who didn't put the 2 legendary novice wizards in his eyes, knocked them out with a casual blow. Then, the hall appeared in front of Seito without any warning. Seito, who did not find anything in the hall, frowned and turned to leave the hall. He walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor of the pyramid, but this time, he encountered a defensive restriction. Itose didn't want to waste time on this. He turned his palm and took out the Haotian mirror, which was the most precious treasure for breaking spells and restrictions. He injected his power into it, and the mirror emitted a blue light that illuminated all directions. Almost instantly, the restrictions that were illuminated by the green light were broken one after another. Seito, who kept the Hautian mirror activated, stepped forward and began to search the second floor. However, the result was still the same. He still did not find the Flame Emperor. Seito, who did not have any good ideas, began to search the third floor again. Then the fourth floor, the fifth floor. However, after searching the entire exposed part of the pyramid, Seito still did not find the Flame Emperor. Chapter 2260. Seito, who couldn't find any trace of Emperor Yen, was too lazy to play any sneak attacks. His figure flashed and flew away from the pyramid. He arrived above the pyramid and handed the Hautian mirror to Zuiyu. He held the heavenly sword in his right hand. He activated the Hautian mirror and released a large amount of green light to cover the entire pyramid. He held the heavenly sword high in his hand and condensed his aura. A giant sword that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky appeared behind him. He waved his hand and slashed down. Under Seito's movement, the giant sword seemed to be wielded by an invisible giant. It followed Seito's movement and slashed forward. Clang! Boom! Then, a huge roar sounded, and the whole pyramid was immediately split into two by the giant sword, creating a huge crack that was as wide as a human body. Boom! Then, there was an explosion of energy. The sword turned into a torrent of energy in the dazzling white light and flew in all directions. Like a passing wind, it lifted all the vegetation around the pyramid from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge barren land with a radius of several miles appeared in the Shenangjia. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Then, a thunderous roar that shook the void rang out, and a figure wrapped in thick black smoke flew into the air from the cracked pyramid. The person who came was very tall and sturdy. The muscles all over his body were well-defined and full of explosive power. He was very tall, at least 9 meters. He wore a very ancient linen robe. Although it looked ancient, for some reason, it gave people a feeling that it was not an ordinary object. He had a square face, big eyes, a straight nose, and square lip. 2 thick sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. He exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. People who looked at him couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. He wore a white stone beast bone crown on his head, which restrained his neatly combed hair. Diyuang? Seito saw the person who came and put away the Hautian mirror. He raised his eyebrows and said while holding the heavenly sword, "Who are you?" The person who came frowned and asked in a deep voice. Although he did not explicitly state that he was Diyuang, but from his reaction and question, it was not hard to confirm that he was Diyuang. Chen Shicheng, a loose cultivator from the outside world, greets Yen Di. Seito performed a hidden sword style with his sword and saluted with one hand. "I have enmity with thee?" Diyuang sized up Seito and asked in a deep voice. "No." Seito shook his head slightly. "I have a grudge with thee?" Diyuang asked again. "Neither." Seito also denied. "Since thou hast no enmity with me, why dost thou bully me like this? You destroyed my palace without distinguishing between right and wrong. Do you really think that I am easy to bully?" Diyuang was enraged. His aura rose as he glared at Seito and shouted. His chi was so strong. Even the void was stirred by him. His voice was like thunder, shaking Seito's mind. Seito, who did not expect Diyuang to be so powerful, hurriedly used the power of his essence soul. He used the grand meditation mantra to calm his shocked mind. "It's because you should not have come into being at this time." Seito sighed softly. "What a joke! I have already awakened. Since I am at the right time, how can there be a wrong time? It's just nonsense that you Taoists made up because you don't want to see me control the world again. Don't try to confuse me with such words. Diyuang laughed loudly. His voice was filled with mockery. Have you not noticed the difference between the current era and the ancient era? Seito was not angry. He continued to speak nicely. The earth is not enough in the ancient era. There is only Shaoxi in the sky, but it is not the old country. Diyuang frowned when he heard that. He looked at the surrounding sky and said lightly, "Yes, it is not the ancient era anymore. Although you are virtuous, you are not needed in the current era." Seito sighed and said, "And you should not have done so. You are mixed up with the witch race again. Have you forgotten about the chaos of the ancient era?" Diyuang frowned. He did not speak for a while. "To be honest, if you are only coming into being to fight the world again, I will not care about you. Naturally, Chen Mao wouldn't pay too much attention to it. I'm just a wanderer. Whether the world is ruled by the emperor or someone else, it doesn't affect me. But the witch race is different. They love to fight and are violent. They are also not tolerated by the sovereign. If the witch race comes into being, it will cause chaos. This is not something I want to see. I do not want this land to be destroyed in the fight between the two Daos." Seito explained patiently. Diyuang still did not speak. He listened silently. "Therefore, if you are willing to swear that you will not mix with the witch race and cultivate temporarily, even if it is only for 10 years, I am willing to stop and return to the mountains. I will not care about the emperor's affairs." Seito, who saw the change in Diyuang, quickly continued to persuade him. To be honest, he really did not want to fight with the Flame Emperor. Although his surname was Yao and his ancestor was Shun, he still came from the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor were brothers. Therefore, they were relatives. In other words, Seito and Diyuang could be related 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. Moreover, he was used to being the descendant of the Yan Huang. If possible, Seito did not want to fight with his ancestor. It was the same even if this ancestor's bloodline did not seem to be related to him. Therefore, Ito Cheng's only plan now was to try his best to fight for a buffer time so that the Earth could complete the dimensional upgrade peacefully and let the dimensional sea world re-establish the void. As for what would happen after that, he could do whatever he wanted. He could just blow up the Earth. Ito Cheng was too lazy to care. After a while, under Seito's expectant gaze, Diyuang slowly shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity that it's too late." "Emperor, why do you say that?" Seito asked with a frown. "The moment we appeared, the heavenly star appeared. Although it hasn't attracted any major powers yet, the supreme gods and the ancient major powers have all sensed it. The only reason they haven't acted yet is because my actions aren't worthy of their attention. However, the calamities that should come will not be lacking. Therefore, I don't have much time. Forgive me for not agreeing to your request." Diyuang explained slowly. Seito opened his mouth but did not know what to say. "Don't say anything else. If you are willing to back off, I will treat it as if nothing happened today. I will not pursue your actions. However, if you still want to persuade me, let's see who's stronger. This is my destiny. I will not admit defeat," Diyuang said with a domineering tone. Seito looked at the domineering Diyuang. He made up his mind and made a decision. "If that's the case, then forgive me for offending you." Seito flipped his hand and held the heavenly sword in his hand. He said in a deep voice. As a wanderer of the various worlds, Seito, who had cultivated a heart of stone, did not hesitate. He made up his mind to fight with Flame Emperor Yuang. At most, he would let him live based on the relationship between the two of them. "Go ahead and attack." Diyuang laughed loudly. At the same time, the black gas around his body spread out like a demonic cloud. It turned the surrounding area into a pitch-black and strange place. Itomori didn't hesitate. He thrust the sword in his hand forward. Even though it was a simple move, it was supported by Sei Ito's boundless sword intent. A resplendent sword light burst forth from the Itian sword. It seemed as if it could destroy the clouds and break the moon. It was as if a sharp knife had chopped apart the pitch-black clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. Good move! Diyuwang shouted loudly. Golden light appeared around him, illuminating his body. He punched out, accurately hitting the incoming sword light. Boom! There was a loud boom. The exploding sword light instantly tore the black fog apart. Sei Ito, who had made the first move, did not show any mercy. He immediately thrust his sword forward. Then, the sword moved along with the person. The person and the sword became one as they shot toward Diyuwang. Diyuwang was unmoved. He put his palms together and clapped 11 times. With a crisp sound, a visible shockwave flew toward Itosei with a wind-like airflow. A sword light flashed around Itosei's body, tearing apart the shockwave as he continued to charge towards Diyuwang without slowing down. However, even so, the indomitable momentum of Ito Naruto's sword was hindered after all, causing the power of the entire sword to drop by 30%, and the speed of the advancement slowed down a little. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Diyuwang, who had his palms together, moved his fingers. They turned into a seal and blasted forward again. Diyuwang's hands pushed forward. A huge bullhead that was completely transformed by the golden spiritual power rushed forward and collided with Itosei, who was flying over in a hurry. Boom! There was an explosion of dermic powers. Sei Ito's body was sent flying backward. Itosei stomped his feet in the air and quickly stopped himself. However, before he could launch another attack, a square stone seal appeared above his head out of thin air. It swelled up in the air like an inflated balloon and smashed toward Itosei. It was obvious that this was Diyuwang's magic treasure. As the magic treasure fell, the space around Sei Ito was sealed. He had no other choice but to take it head-on. I forgot. Although Diyuwang has the blood of the witch tribe, he has the soul of a human. He is a witch that can cultivate immortality. Apart from having a strong physical body, he can also use magic treasures. Itosei thought to himself as he looked at the stone seal magic treasure that was gradually falling. He grabbed at the air, and a small golden axe appeared in his hand. As Sei Ito swung his arm, the axe quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden axe with the power to split mountains. It fiercely collided with the stone seal falling from the sky. It was the magic treasure from Shushan Guang City's golden boat, the divine 5-ding axe. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, a dazzling golden light suddenly blossomed. It was like a small sun that had descended to the mortal world. It illuminated the dark Shenong shelf, illuminating the dark Shenong shelf. Following that, a powerful shockwave appeared and plowed the ground. Under the powerful collision of the two magic treasures, the stone seal magic treasure trembled slightly and flew back less than a meter. It then pressed down on Sei Ito with a majestic power that could crush everything. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed. He used the space created by the collision of the two magic treasures to dodge the stone seal magic treasure. Rumble! The stone seal missed and smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Sei Ito, who appeared above the stone seal magic treasure, put away the divine 5-ding axe and took out a small green jade bottle. He urged his magic power and a colorful mist shot out from the bottle. It directly wrapped around the huge stone seal below. This bottle was not anything else. It was the magic treasure of the Han Dynasty immortal Zhang Mian, the Green Mirage bottle, which was also from the world of Shushan. It had the ability to collect all kinds of divine objects, magic treasures, evil spirits, and primordial spirits. However, as the magic treasure of the Yen Emperor, how could the stone seal be so easy to collect? The stone seal shone brightly and blocked the colorful mist outside. It still stood firmly on the ground like a mountain. Then the wind whistled and the air was compressed. It seemed that the space was locked. A golden dagger axe flashing with golden light cut through the space and hit Sei Ito's body. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito shook his wrist and shook the green mirage bottle into the air. He continued to release colorful mist to collect the stone seal. He quickly turned his body and blocked the attack with the heavenly sword. Ding! Then there was a crisp sound. Sei Ito's body was sent flying like a shooting star. It was clear how powerful the dagger axe was. After that, Diyuang, who had sent Itosei flying, waved the long spear in his hand and sent the green mirage bottle flying with a crisp dang sound. Then, he flipped his hand and threw the stone seal that had regained its freedom. It shot out like lightning and instantly appeared above Itosei, who had stopped moving. It once again pressed down on him with the momentum of Mount Tai. At the same time, Diyuang's figure flashed and appeared above the stone seal. He stepped on the head of the bull dragon above the stone seal and stomped hard. The seal pressed down on Sei Ito even faster and more violently. Boom! With nowhere to hide, Itosei was smashed into the ground by the big seal, stirring up dust all over the sky. However, the good thing didn't last long. After half a minute there was a strong earthquake. Diyuang felt the seal under his feet slowly rise. He was lifted into the sky along with it. Then, the seal left the ground, revealing Itosei, who had transformed into a giant and was half kneeling on the ground. It was as if he was holding up a mountain, using his hands and shoulders to support the seal. Roar! Sei Ito roared and threw the seal out. Humph! Suppress! Diyuang snorted and pointed at Sei Ito. Instantly, the seal that had just flown out paused and quickly returned to Sei Ito. At the same time, golden cloud patterns and strange ancient characters appeared around the seal. They emitted a mysterious aura and flew towards Sei Ito along with the seal. Emperor's Mandate, Absolute Law. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.